All right, it's time to get things started. Good evening, brothers, sisters, and gender norm sisters. It's me, Ollamh, and we are going to be doing a Pirates of the Geek Vortex podcast tonight. As promised, for the past few days, hello there, pretty wolves, and Shelby, and Kayden, of course, and Sin, and, Kristana. Good grief, we have so many people here so early. This is this is kind of unprecedented. Apparently, everybody wants to know what Kayden has to say. So, how about we find out?
I mean, come on now. You have the leader of Orochi and you don't think that everyone's gonna follow me?
Well, you know, I mean, come on. Okay, let me see here. So I should be able to... Okay, I don't know how to adjust the individual, like, the individual audio on Discord yet.
Oh, I used to know how to do that.
I know, right? It's like...
Oh yeah, just right click. Right click whichever icon, you'll have user volume.
Aha! There we go. Okay, that... Oh, yeah.
And wait a minute, is Kristana cheating?
Alright, because I want to make sure that your audio level is about on par with mine.
Well, let me see here. Hold on. I gotta kick a bot.
Oh, good grief. Yeah, they... You would think that they would know by now that it's like, that's... Nobody's falling for their shit.
I mean, come on, with me and Sin in chat, I mean, it's as far as they even got through.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like... Sin just puts him in time out. Me, I always just report him. It's like, nope, this is...
Yeah, I just remove that shit, then report. Okay, so, you know, your podcast, where do you want to start?
That's a very excellent question.
You know, Sin, that doesn't even surprise me. Anyone else said they were eating newspaper, I'd be concerned. You say it, it's Tuesday.
I mean, it's the big question is what do you think people should know about you?
I think the best place to start is probably Dorian's question from, what was it, 2 nights ago? It was actually how we met.
Ah, okay.
I mean, it's the easiest. It's also probably the most fun story we're gonna tell all night. It's because, yeah, we don't know each other, RL, and we've only known each other since, what, August?
About that, yeah, I think.
Yeah. And we met in Second Life, on the roleplay sim.
Yeah.
Where, hilariously, I was thinking it over earlier today, we met in the most D&D setting possible.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, we really did.
We met in a tavern.
Yeah, we met in an RP tavern.
Yeah. I didn't even see your tag then, so like I didn't see Mayor of Willowvale. I just saw a drow in the corner of the room sitting alone at a table with a hood, and I was like, I gotta know that motherfucker.
Yeah.
And then, you know, we started talking, and I knew we were gonna be friends the moment we were talking, and someone was talking about spycraft. And like, if I just want to know something, I'll just lurk around the baths and do. And you and I were just like, nah, that's not how you do this.
No, there's so many better ways of doing
Right?
doing spycraft right.
Yeah, like I said, the moment you and I looked at each other, we're like, I like you. You know how to play the game. I was like, we've made a friend. I don't know if that's a good thing, but we have made a friend.
Right? And of course, there's a few people here that are like, "Oh, so that's this person? Oh."
Yeah. Yeah, don't even joke about that, Chris. We've been going on about that all week. There's just like, are there alts in these groups? And I was like, yes.
Oh yeah, there are a few alts in some of the groups involved. Now I'm kind of curious now as to how many people we have from Second Life and specifically from G-Land.
Okay, well let me check the participants real quick. Well, since now only we're participating, chat. I know Kristana, and of course we know Sins.
Yeah.
Shelby's not into Second Life, but I talk about it so much, she pretty much plays it, you know, third hand.
Kind of vicariously through you.
Yeah.
I can respect that.
I mean, I've said it before. Second Life is definitely one of those that if anybody asks me, should I get into it? The answer is no.
It will change you. It will change you in ways
You
you
will
do
learn
not.
things you never wanted to know.
Pretty much, yeah. See, Kristana, you're right. It is. It'll make alts, put them in all the groups. 4D chess, Giga Chad.
Yeah, and that was the comment I was talking about. Let's not talk about alts and Giga Chads in groups.
Yeah.
I had to slip a card to a leader the other day because she's like, "Oh, there's no more alts in the tribes. Like nobody's pulling strings behind the scenes. Like, take this card. Watch out for these names."
Oh, you have no idea. No idea. So, okay.
They read it and they're just like, "Oh God, I know these names."
So, okay, obviously you are into role-playing and things like D&D and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Or have been.
Actually.
Okay.
Let's see. Funnily enough, I've never actually managed to sit down and play a full tabletop campaign of D&D.
Really?
Really. I've tried it with groups of friends all the time, and then they just flake out halfway through character creation. Or at the beginning of a campaign, because they they get to the first quest, and they're like, well, we would just want to break this whole campaign. And it was like, why? It's the first quest, man.
Okay, Pretty Wolves. Pretty Wolves has a question. Silly question. What is G-Land? G-Land is the shorthand for a Second Life RP sim that a lot of us participate in. We generally don't use the full name because it is a little on the extreme side in a few different areas.
Also, and because you and I seem to have this ability to summon people by mentioning it, and we really don't want to summon the entire sim. I should actually try that, Chris.
Now that's
honest.
interesting.
And I'm just happy I can talk right now.
Yeah, you said you were you were under the weather the past few days.
Yeah, I think it was because I was stupid and I went out to a concert on the 26th.
Oh.
Yeah. A concert that I was not nearly drunk enough for, by the way. Aha! And the other one appears. I gotta say hello to the waffle. I do not, Chris. I have I want to say it's just a cold because it's only been 3 days and I'm already feeling better.
Yeah, that's of course with the newest variant being, it's easier to transmit, but of course that means that it's also not as
Yeah.
robust as previous ones, but yeah, and if it was something that quick, you wouldn't be feeling the effects if you picked it up on the 26th. It usually takes 1 to 2 weeks to actually show any symptoms.
Yeah, that's why I'm pretty sure this is just like a upper respiratory infection or a cold or something.
That's the horrible thing. It's like, this time of year, it's like you start to cough a little bit and get a little bit of a scratchy throat or something. It's like, oh shit. This could be literally dozens of things. What is it? Is it allergies? Is it the cold? Is it just the temperature? Is it just a cold? Is it the flu? Is it the bad virus? What do I have?
And don't bother looking anything up because the symptoms are always gonna be like, well, you could have this, or you could have cancer.
Oh yeah, it's always, or you could have cancer. It could be cancer. It's kind of like, no, it's, it almost feels like Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's not a tumor.
Right? We really should just have Arnold Schwarzenegger and, damn it, Hugh Laurie appear on Google anytime someone does a medical result. She's just like, it's not a tumor, and it's never lupus.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, yep, just those two.
So let's see what you did mention. You wanted to talk about the addictive personality thing. I don't know what you wanted to go on there.
Addictive. Oh god. That was. I mean, we've talked about a lot of stuff.
Ago. I don't remember.
Yeah.
I said something about psych major, and you were like, "Oh, write that down." It's like, okay.
Oh yeah. Okay. Oh, was that in the chat? Yeah, I think that was the
Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, that was during the chat in the thing. So yeah, I mean, addictive tendencies. Oh, I remember what it was. Now it was the idea of, people say that well, like marijuana. Marijuana is not an addictive substance. It's like you're right, but it can be if you have an addictive personality.
Yeah, because everybody talks about like the physical addiction. They keep forgetting psychological addiction is the thing.
Exactly. It's like, anything. I mean, there are people who, have lost their jobs, have lost their homes, have just ruined themselves by playing video games because they have that addictive personality.
Exactly. Because, okay, the whole point of serotonin is to make you feel good. It's a reward drug in your brain. And if you have an addictive personality, it's not the drug that you're getting addicted to, it's the serotonin.
Sorry, I'm kind of responding to Sin as well. But yeah, it's exactly. It's well, like, people with sex addiction. It's like, you have that it makes you feel good. So, and you're chasing that good feeling. Finnick.
Gosty, you just had to put that in this chat, didn't you?
And I think that also kind of explains the reason for the idea of it being of marijuana being a gateway drug. It's not a gateway drug in and of itself. It's when you go to your dealer and your dealer doesn't have any pot, but you want and need that good feeling. They say, well, I don't have pot, but I do have heroin.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
And
it's also, eventually, just like every other drug, you're not gonna be satisfied with the amount of serotonin that the pot gives you. So they'd be like, oh, okay, so you need something a little stronger. All right, well, I got this.
yeah.
And this is where we would have our certain leader popping in with, it's just good business.
Oh my God. I mean, that's the other thing. It's like, with a lot of dealers, it is just business. It's they want to make they want to make a sale. If they don't have what you want, they're gonna say, hey, how about a substitute? Normally I'd charge 3 times the price, but because I don't have what you're wanting, I'll drop the price down. You get addicted to that stronger rush, and now you're paying more.
I swear, if we put a lot of dealers in like if they were CEOs of marketing firms, a lot more shit would get sold.
Oh yeah. See, yeah, Kristana's saying pretty much the same thing. If you don't find, it's the running idea. If you don't find what you're running from, and the hole you need, the hole you need to fill, you need to move from one addiction to the next.
Exactly.
And that's one of the reasons why decriminalizing drugs and making them legal for recreational use, at least certain drugs, kind of makes sense. Because it's like, look, you're never gonna go to a head shop and say, hey, I need this much pot, and they say, sorry, we don't have any, but hey, here, try some heroin.
I was just watching Trading Places before this, so every time you say heroin, it automatically fills into my brain with, it was not heroin, it was PCP.
Yeah, see, Kristana, almost the exact same time. Yeah, same thing.
Exactly.
And it's just, it's even some of the places that have decriminalized the harder drugs like heroin, it's like you don't have as many people ODing. You have a safe place for them to use it.
Exactly.
It's a lot more safe for everybody involved.
Yeah, I mean, when DC decriminalized pot, it took me like hours to get my head around the law. Because I think the way it was worded was that you can have up to an ounce, but you can't grow it, sell it, or buy it. So it's like, so how do you get it?
They're trying to bring back the barter system. That's it. I have this whole roasted chicken. Will you give me 5 ounces of pot for it?
Right? Or, you just find it on the side of the road. There's just a plant growing up out of the curb. And you're like, oh, hey.
Yeah, it's like, I dropped this money clip with $10 over here. I dropped that off like an hour ago or so, or like, 10 minutes ago. I'm trying to, well, this isn't it, but I'll take this. Technically, you didn't pay for it because you didn't give somebody the money. They found the money and they just
they found
dropped the
money,
baggie.
You found the drugs. It was a total coincidence.
Yeah. And a lot of them, like, what was it? I think Colorado was one of the first states to just make it legal.
They were out in the forefront. They were just charging that race.
Yeah, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, hey, we can afford to help out our schools a lot more because we're raking in tax money.
Right?
Rather than spending money on the police trying to investigate and stop marijuana from being sold, we're gaining money, we're bringing in money by taxing it.
What would a warning for McDonald's look like?
No, I could say a few things.
I mean, I say go ahead and do them. You know me. The question is, can we leave this video up afterwards?
Oh yeah. It's nothing that horrible. But I think a good warning for McDonald's would be 2 pictures. One of the Orange Man in the 80s and one of the Orange Man today.
Yeah. Did
there
he
you
have,
go.
Like, a big thing for a while, where like he was endorsing them.
I don't think he ever really endorsed McDonald's, but he has very often said he loves a Diet Coke and like 1 or 2 cheeseburgers from McDonald's specifically. When he was doing dinners for like athletes and stuff, it was all like it was tons of McDonald's burgers and fries and shakes and like just this massive buffet, this massive dining table just filled with fast food.
Oh yeah, that giant thing.
Yeah.
It's hilarious that Chris puts that right as we both start drinking. What? Drinking bad things? No, never.
I would never drink anything bad. I always drink good stuff like Gatorade with decent rum.
Oh, you don't got your gin and juice tonight?
No. I finished off the bottle of gin. I wanted to go with rum for a while because it's like I swap back and forth.
Well, I mean, it does make sense. You know, we are doing a Pirates of the Geek Vortex. You can't be a decent pirate without rum.
True. Though it is the silver rum or the white rum, the sweeter, no caramel additives.
So you're one of the the newbies of the Caribbean.
No. I'm one of the. I am a captain. That means that I have to have refined tastes.
Yeah, tell that to how many Star Trek captains out there?
Yeah.
Actually, do we even need to list any? Just tell it to Kirk.
I mean, Picard was a little refined.
Picard had sophistication and class, but he didn't have refinement. He didn't care.
Yeah. He was more just, I drink this type of wine because it reminds me of my family's vineyards.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I was about to say, to be fair, when he was was it 23? He did have his heart literally stabbed throughout his chest.
Right?
So,
And that's I saw a meme the other day, I think it was, where it was like, everybody thinks of Kirk as this reckless captain, but he was actually he was a total nerd. He was a total nerd.
He found loopholes in the rules. He's like, no, I did everything by the handbook. It's technically true.
He was
like, fuck the rules, man.
Kirk was also a history buff. He spent most of his academy times, academy at least pre Chris Pine's Kirk, studying, and he was a book nerd.
Chris Pine's Kirk.
But
Even if Shatner Kirk went out like a chump, I don't talk about Chris Pine's Kirk.
Yeah, I do. I do feel that it was. Yeah, I think Shatner's Kirk kind of got shafted a bit.
Also, the one thing I love that some people have noticed, but apparently the fandom just likes to overlook, is that Picard will change which nationality he presents as depending on which rules he's breaking.
Right? Yeah. It's kind of like, oh well, if this country,
Yeah, if it's supposed to be something like classy and proper, he'll just be like, no, I can't do that. I'm French. But then if it's like suddenly cuisine, he's like, "No, I'm British. I don't care."
Yeah, right.
Actually, yes, Kristana. They're called batliths, and they are the weapons of the mighty Klingon warriors. Okay, so fun fact, I literally grew up in an amusement park about 2 hours away from me called Paramount's King's Dominion.
Oh, God.
And when I was growing up, Paramount still owned the rights to Star Trek. So I was like 4 or 5 years old, literally running around with a crowd of Klingons just because I could.
Nice.
It got because my mom worked there, so it got to the point that you'd be like, "Hey, where's Kayden?" And they'd be like, "He's with the Klingons."
Okay, yeah. How long did it take before she didn't have to ask? She just went there.
Actually, it depended. It depended on if they were doing a show at the theater or they were currently walking around.
Okay.
Because like if they were walking around and they'd be like, "Well, he's with the Klingons," she'd be like, "Well, where the fuck are they?"
See, a lot of people, I've seen a lot of people that are like, that love to say how the batleth isn't, it doesn't make any sense. You try and cut somebody with one end, you're going to be cut with the other. It's like, you do realize it's curved, right? So as you're like stabbing somebody with one side, the curve is going around, the other curved end is coming close to, but not coming in contact with your body.
Also, they show you a little of the form. You're actually supposed to use it with one arm. It's more like a really glorified tonfa than anything.
You're supposed to use it with one arm a lot of times, but also you're not just standing still and just hitting with it. You are in constant fluid motion. So your body is moving too.
The most important part, it was relegated to its ceremonial weapons. So, it's very rare that you see it in actual combat anymore.
Well, let's face it. When you have phasers and disruptors and shit like that, yeah. I don't care how big your sword is or how good you are at using it. You're not gonna win.
That's the one thing I always wondered. The Klingons were always, the proud warrior race, and everyone's scared of them. Like, but doesn't everybody else have guns?
Yeah.
Okay, so the reason your bait failed, Kristana, is because I grew up in a divided household. All right? Me and my dad were Star Trek. My sister was diehard Star Wars.
See, I grew up in a household where they were both great.
Oh, yeah, we both love it. We just love ribbing each other about it. Like, it was the other day, I found a post where someone was like, "So which one would win in a fight, the Enterprise or the Falcon?" It was like, "Well, the Falcon, because, Han Solo's a rogue. He'll play by the rules." Everyone's like, the Enterprise is a fully staffed naval war vessel.
Yeah, it's a capital ship versus a light transport.
Right.
That would be like saying, well, which is going to win in just a knockdown, drag-out shooting fight? The Millennium Falcon or a Star Destroyer? The Star Destroyer. Sorry, but it's a fucking capital ship. You take, it's kind of the idea of, sure, the Millennium Falcon could get lucky, but it has to get lucky thousands of times in order to take out a capital ship. The capital ship has to get lucky maybe 5 times. 5 direct hits.
It only has to get lucky once. I mean, the Falcon has shields, yes. But with Han at the helm, it is notoriously unreliable. You hit that reactor just once and it's gone.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, it's also football, but you know my opinion in football, Shelby.
See, Shelby, yeah. That is pretty much everybody that I call friends. It's like, it's a divided household. Oh, do you guys have different religions? No, we just like different things as far as geek stuff.
Yeah. No, my family absolutely hates it because I am a rules lawyer to the hilts. So they decided we're going to do the football thing.
See, Kristana, that would work within the world of Star Wars. Yes, Kurisana's commenting on the light speed jump and stuff.
Yeah, it would work in Star Wars, but even my sister pointed out that if we're doing Millennium Falcon versus the Enterprise, Warp 1 is faster than the light speed of the Falcon.
That's actually kind of questionable. That's actually not... It's not a one-to-one relation.
No, it's not.
Because you have to remember...
It depends on, like, which ship and, which time period you're in.
Well, interestingly enough, the Millennium Falcon doesn't... The Millennium Falcon is a little bit blurrier on how fast it can go than, like, Star Trek. Because it's 0.5 past light speed. Okay, are you talking half again the speed of light, or...
Yeah, like half the speed of light.
What is 0.5 beyond light speed?
Plus, have we ever seen the Falcon in, like, top working order? Because even when Lando owned it, I think it was described as a piece of junk.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. According to a lot of the extra stuff, it was, the hyperdrive that's in the Millennium Falcon is not made for the Millennium Falcon. That's why it always fails. That's why it's always kind of sketchy, because it was never designed to go in a ship that small.
You know what? This is the worst time for me to actually not remember exactly how warp works.
Okay, so I actually do know the answer to this. I know the answer to this. Because in Star Trek...
I was gonna say, sick brain just made me forget that.
Star Trek, they go into subspace. They actually break through into a completely different layer of space-time reality. And in Star Trek, they do the same thing, but they call it hyperspace.
Well,
so,
yeah, that makes sense, because that's how we always got, like, the evil clones and shit from warp accidents.
Yeah, that was the big thing with the Romulans. The Romulan homeworld was blown up because they were fucking around with subspace weapons that would send out this destructive force into subspace and then come back into real space right at their target, but it had horrible effects.
Also, I love how that was originally the only difference between Romulans and Vulcans, where what happens if you take emotions out and one of you becomes vegan and the other one just becomes a warmonger?
Yeah. I've always found, I always saw the Romulans as the whole Romulan Vulcan thing as well as an idea of ancient Rome. You have just the Romans that were go around, okay, yep, you're ours now, we'll take care of you, but you belong to us, versus the Vulcans that were the philosophers. They were the peaceful philosophers that they wanted to sit there and just think deep thoughts. That's all.
And then, see, the one thing that always bothered me about the explanation, where they're like, oh, well, they're the same race, but the Romulans embrace their warlike nature, where the Vulcans suppress it. It was like, okay, but then why is it whenever they rage out, you get a Romulan at full bloodlust and a Vulcan at full bloodlust? The Vulcan kicks ass.
Because the Vulcan still thinks logically about stuff. So it's one of those things where it's like, okay, this is my opponent. This is what they are probably going to do based on... It's kind of the Admiral Thrawn of Star Wars.
Yeah, I could take that.
Yeah, it's kind of like okay, you are this type of person. I know you do this, and this, so block here, and oh look, your guts, your stomach area is open and...
I think what it was is that one of the explanations they did was like, well, a Romulan normally angry is like the equivalent of a Vulcan during Pon farr, and I was like, so you're telling me that a Vulcan who can't think straight and is just ripping up a computer is the equivalent of a Romulan who's just throwing a temper tantrum? And yet you never see that anywhere in the series.
So what would that mean, that the Romulans are just always horny? They have like a perma boner.
Have you seen a Romulan? Like, have you ever listened to the conversation with one? Would you want to go to bed with that?
There are a lot of people that probably would. I mean,
You know what? I'm not gonna lie, there probably are.
so yeah, Shelby says the Falcon always came off to me as the equivalent of a classic car that was beloved and couldn't always keep up with the newer models on speed or shields.
Yeah, and that's basically
Kind
what it
of.
was. Like, Han was that guy that tries to build a sleeper in his driveway, but he's more concerned with, like, oh, well, I'm going to keep this part in tune, or I'm going to keep this part in tune. He never actually tunes the whole car.
I would say a bit more, kind of like the classic car example, with the added benefit of always upgrading, making sure that the engine is powerful. It might not always work right. The fuel injector may fail or miss time, and, you know, all of a sudden you sputter to a halt, but the engine is always primo. I mean, that was the thing with the Falcon, is it could actually outstrip a Star Destroyer in hyperspace.
I still want the story of Chewie's years where he went from his military service to suddenly just, you know, doing mechanic shit for like 20 years.
I want to know why, like, I kind of want the explanation of why Chewie wasn't like, oh, wait a second, those robes, oh shit, he's got a lightsaber, knows how to use it. Hey man, how's it going? Yeah, don't know if you remember me, kind of fought with you guys way back when you were, probably had color to your hair. You know, the first interaction, he should have been like, I mean, I can kind of understand it was supposed to be a, Han, we're taking this mission. No, that's a Jedi. We're taking this fucking mission. Shut the fuck up. We're taking this mission. But it's like, but he didn't say anything to
maybe
Obi.
it's one of those, you know, he forgot because he was so young, or, you know, he saw Order 66 happen. He's probably sitting there like, holy shit, if I say something.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I could see the whole, okay, I'm not going to say anything.
The most explanation I've ever gotten, though, is that 3PO and R2 remember everything about the Clone Wars beyond, but they always erase 3PO's memory. Meanwhile, R2 remembers everything, he just doesn't say anything.
That I can actually kind of understand, because it's like, R2 was kind of more the... R2 was kind of the idea of, oh, hey, you know what? Yeah, I know more than all of you fuckers.
Yeah, but he never said it when it would have actually helped. So 3PO would be like, how do you know this? And, like, all R2 had to be was like, trust me, bruh.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he could have said, you know, 3PO could have been like, well, why are we doing this? And R2's like, no, trust me. It's like, why should I... 3PO and just about everybody else that could understand R2 was like, why should I trust you? Why? Give me a reason to trust you. And it's like, I can't do it, bro. Can't do it.
At that point, all he really had to do would be like, have you checked my manufacture date? Do you know how old I am?
I mean, my big problem with the idea that R2 didn't get his memory wiped is when they get to Dagobah and R2's like, oh, you motherfucking piece of... You know, just like, he so against Yoda, and it's like, you two should know each other. You should...
To be fair, if I was R2 and I was in this position, and this guy who I thought was dead for like, what, 30 years at this point, suddenly shows up on this backwater planet, he could have been helping me and my friends this whole time. I'd be like, you motherfucker, where have you been?
I could see that.
We thought you were dead. Why have you been sitting here?
Well, no, wasn't he there? Weren't both the droids there when they made the plans?
When Yoda went to exile? No.
Yeah. I thought he was there when, like, Obi-Wan was like, Obi-Wan and Organa were like, okay, so you take one of the kids, I'll take the other, we'll wipe the droids memories.
No, Yoda went into exile before that point. Because
Okay.
Yoda went into exile right after the Senate fight with Palpatine.
But even then, it's kind of on R2, because R2 wasn't like, oh, hey, oh, you're Obi-Wan Kenobi. Okay, so, yeah, hey, this kid's, so, yeah, you know who this is and all this stuff. And
really, at any point, also, R2 could have been like, hey, Luke, so you know that hot chick that you're thinking about getting it on with? No go, bro.
Right? Yeah. It's like, oh, okay, so she came up and like, well, okay, he was actually kind of fried at the time when she came up and kissed him.
Yeah.
At the end of the first movie, so it's kind of like, okay, but still, it's like, really, dude, no, don't go there, do not go there.
Can you imagine if R2 had ever actually been at any of the Vader fights? It's just be like, hey, Annie, so, your children kind of made out?
Oh, no, screw R2, put 3PO there. Put 3PO there, the one that Anakin put back together and basically built.
The one he built.
Just come out like, oh, no,
He's like,
stop.
Wait, hold on.
Don't hurt my master. It's like, wait, and at that point it's like, Darth Vader's like, wait, I haven't been your master for ages. Wait a minute.
Also, I like the fact that they kept going on and, like, teasing the fact, like, they did it in episode 3 and it never made any sense. Like, Palpatine's like, oh no, you killed your wife and children. And then he hears about Luke, and what, is he just okay with it?
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, that checks out.
Okay, so Kristana, couple comments here. Kristana says the best Star Wars stories, in my opinion, are the Darth Bane books. I haven't read any of the Darth Bane books, but there are a lot of stuff. There are a lot of books that are now legends that honestly were better than a lot of the movies they made. It's far surpassing the prequels, I will say that, because the prequels were just... I did not like the prequels. I didn't like the prequels. Now,
I hated the prequels. The only thing I liked about the prequels were, like, maybe 2% of the jokes.
Yeah. A movie that retconned the name of the movie for episode 4, episode 4.
Episode 4.
When it was just Star Wars. Obviously, yeah, everybody likes to say that, oh no, George Lucas had it all mapped out. It's like, no, he didn't. He did not.
You go watch the prequel trilogy, you're just like, where does any of this fit in?
Go watch episode 4, where it's like, just the one moment where Obi-Wan Kenobi is like, I'm more powerful than you, Darth. And it's like Darth Vader, like it's his name, not a title. It's like, Obi-Wan would never use his title in place of his name.
He would totally use Anakin because
he would either use
about it.
He would either use Anakin or he would use Vader. He would not use Darth as if it's a name.
Yeah. Especially since, the one thing that has always made me laugh since I was a little kid, and because I have a family that is into bullshit movies like that, Pitch Perfect pissed me off when they're like, oh, well, you saw the twist coming because it's literally his name. Vader means father. I was like, Vader does not mean father.
Oh.
That's a monster with a T. Like, Vader with a D means Lord. They named him Lord, first off. Pretentious as shit.
Yeah. The biggest thing that got me with the prequel was the fact that George Lucas insisted on directing. That was a huge mistake. Because up to The Phantom Menace, the last movie he had directed was Episode 4, A New Hope. He didn't direct Empire or Return of the Jedi.
Yeah. let's just admit it. The thing I like most about Star Wars is honestly the behind-the-scenes jokes. Like when they're talking to Palpatine's actor, he's like, "Yeah, I remember doing that. The chair scene in the Death Star. I was scooting it along with my feet because we couldn't get the timing right."
Oh God.
So like now every time I watch that scene, me and my sister will just sit there and we get to the chair spinning and we're just like scooch, 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 scooch.
Yeah, George Lucas was great at kind of doing an overall story, but the individual scenes and the shots and stuff like that, yeah, he should have left that to somebody else.
Yeah, I like that. In my opinion, the Jedi are evil. What? Or the only a Sith deals in absolutes, and I was like, isn't that an absolute?
Yeah, yeah. Or it's like, like supposedly Darth Sidious was going to teach Anakin how he could live forever.
And then it turns out it's just clones.
Where in those 18 years did the Emperor ever try and impart any of that wisdom to Vader between we're taking over this shit and, oh, hey, your son's alive and just blew up our Death Star.
Oh, but no, see, that's the point. That's how the Sith work. You keep offering them that power, but then you never actually give it to them. Which is why the rule of two exists, because eventually, if your teacher keeps going, I'll teach you, but not just yet, you're gonna kill them.
After 18 years of basically living on an iron lung that you are carrying around on your shoulders.
Anakin is kind of dumb.
True.
You live on a sand planet. You're just like, I hate sand. It gets everywhere.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, when he was bitching about hating sand, it's like, when was the last time you were back to Tatooine? Bitch, you were taken to Coruscant as a fucking kid. It's been, you've aged a good, 10 years or 8 to 10 years. It's been 8 to 10 years since you've been on Tatooine. The fuck do you even... Okay, you remember about sand, but when was the last time you were around sand?
Also, I love the fact that, he gets back on Tatooine. He's not there for, like, pleasure cruise or, like, vacation or anything. He's in those high boots. Like, he's got the riding boots and the long pants and the flowing robes. Like, where is sand getting anywhere?
Yeah.
And then we have Qui-Gon. Qui-Gon Jinn is what I wanted from the prequel.
So yeah, Kristana's saying, the Darth Bane was the one that came up with the rule of two.
Yeah.
Which, that's already a big plus towards those books.
See, again, my sister's the Star Wars geek, so she's read all this, but I'm kind of fuzzy on it. The one thing I wanted to see in the Star Wars movie, but we will never have the balls to put it on film, is Luke becoming Space Jesus.
Space Jesus. Do we need another Paul Atreides, really?
No, because see, I think Paul is actually outstripped on this one. I think Luke actually managed to outdo the God Emperor of mankind, and that's saying something.
But now, actually, was it? Now, I don't think it was Paul Atreides that was the God Emperor. Wasn't it his son, Leto II, that was the God Emperor? The one that eventually became like part man, part sandworm.
In Dune, yeah, but when I'm saying the God Emperor of mankind, I'm talking about Warhammer.
Okay.
The one that's technically immortal and can't die, but is also a skeleton lashed to a throne.
Now, they brought up Kristana and Shelby are actually kind of bringing up something that I made a video kind of hypothesizing something. It's okay, the Jedi got rid of the Sith, or thought they got rid of the Sith. Come to find out, bringing balance to the Force means that when you have 2 on one side and thousands on the other, it's a little... Who's gonna have...
how nobody thought of that shit.
Right? But I like the idea...
balance.
Yeah, and I actually... Okay, 2 videos that I made. One was the idea that, like, Yoda knew what needed to happen. And that's why he was kind of like, ooh, you know what? I don't think we should train this boy. I don't think we should... If he is the one, I do not think we should train him, because it is not going to end well for us. But everybody else on the council is all for it, so I'm outvoted. Good luck, fuckers.
I mean, I feel like at least somebody, Qui-Gon, Mace Windu, young Obi-Wan, somebody had to eventually read those texts and be like, wait a minute. Doesn't balance mean equal? So, like, there's 4 Sith out there and there's 700 Jedi in this temple. Some of you need to turn.
I think all 3 of them realized that. That's why they were kind of like, ooh. Okay. Yoda, I don't like this. And Yoda's like, you're right, Mace, I don't like it either. And they're both like, okay, Obi-Wan, we're letting you into this little triangle of trust. You're being him put in charge, that little fucker. Make sure he doesn't screw shit up.
I feel like they would explain that to Obi-Wan and he'd just be like, this is exactly what Qui-Gon was trying to tell you. And you told him he was an idiot.
Kind of, yeah. It's like, but one of the other things that I still think it's a completely valid theory. So the Sith were at one time in the Star Wars mythology, they were a race. They weren't an ideal of Force users. They were a race of beings that were just inherently all Force users. Back when the Mandalorian Season 2 trailer came out, and it was, no, take this youngling back to his people. And they have, like, these ancient histories that they're bringing up of this wizard-like race that was able to do all these things. It's like, okay, now they took a look at this kid with his green skin, his pointy ears, the whole 9 yards, his 3 fingers, the whole thing. They looked at him and said, yep, that's the wizard race. I think Yoda and Grogu's race should probably would be found out at some point to be just the race of the Jedi. That is their species name. And they always use their powers for good versus the Sith that were kind of, selfish dicks. And therefore, it's kind of like that's where you get the Jedi versus Sith. It's not. It was orders founded by a species.
Yeah. I was watching a video on Rise of Skywalker earlier today. It occurred to me. I asked my sister flat out. I was like, the one thing I didn't get, and I asked about it when I first watched the movie. Why the hell does C-3PO have Sith programmed in him at all?
Yeah, because that would have been, I mean...
What she was saying is, I don't know if it's extended universe canon or not, but she's like, well, no, Palpatine would have done that when he controlled the Senate, because it would have been like a subconscious order, like Order 66 for the clones. So all he had to do was say something, and 3PO would switch over to Sith mode and, wipe out all the data or something. I was like, I mean, maybe, but Palpatine really doesn't strike me as that, proactive about shit.
True.
Yeah, Kristana's got a point.
I could kind of see that. Depends on how far. It depends on how outside of their own little domain that they go. Because
Yeah.
the Sith are generally the red, just deep red skin. They look like devils. They look like
Chris?
devils.
He's saying you're a Sith.
No, I'm saying that the Sith look like devils. Kristana doesn't have red skin.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, it's one of those things where it's like,
To be fair, they also said D&D was satanic.
now see, Kristana, these days, with anything D&D, you can't, like, look at the one episode of Community that has been removed from everything is the first one where they play Dungeons and Dragons. And Chan comes in dressed as a dark elf, a drow. Black skin, white hair, the whole 9 yards. And it's addressed in the goddamn episode of, I'm trying to think of her name now. Shirley. Shirley looks at it and says, so we're just going to ignore the racism? And he's like, no, I'm a dark elf. I'm a drow. And they're like, and once it's explained, it's kind of like, okay, no, this this actually isn't racist. But it's like, oh no, it's like, it's not even, it's like literally darker than any actual person. And it's like, no, this is a fantasy race that's, that's built into the system. And like, nope. Can't do it.
Nope, they wouldn't cancel it because of that part, Chris.
Oh no, see, the matriarchal society? Oh no, they absolutely, that would be...
But they're not evil. They're not evil, Chris, because they worship Lolth, who is a strong, empowering woman goddess, who also just happens to be the goddess of sex, murder, war, and betrayal, secrets.
Chaos in general.
Yeah,
But yeah, Drow wouldn't be canceled in and of themselves simply because of the fact that, oh no, a matriarchal society? That's woke.
Speaking of which, I actually I got to talking about your character with Kintera today. That was actually pretty interesting.
Okay.
Well, because you and I have had the conversation. We're like, okay, so is Volden an exile or an abomination?
or much like Drizzt Do'Urden, am I actually a vaulted person in Lolth's eyes because I bring more chaos to everybody?
Now, see, okay, the way I see it, I've told you before, I see it as Lolth. Yeah, you'd probably be right up there in Lolth's graces, but to Drow themselves,
yeah, exactly,
I say that they would see you as an abomination.
Yeah.
But the one factor that Kintara was basing it off of was, does Volden want to return to the Underdark?
Well, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter to most people in most Drow in the Underdark. It doesn't matter if the person wants to return or not. They are bringing down the good name of the bad name of the Drow.
Because that's how I would say it. It's like, I see it as they would view Volden as an abomination, because Volden was born into a caste, was enslaved, did all this, and then suddenly rose above their station and became something they were never meant to be.
Yeah.
Any drow would see that and be like, that is an abomination. She's like, yes, but if Valden doesn't want to return to the Underdark,
Oh no,
they would just counter as an exile.
See, they actually broached that. R.A. Salvatore broaches that in the Drizzt Do'Urden books. Oh no, it's still like this is like the holy grail of Menzo Berranzan is go after the abomination, go after the exile, go after the person that dared leave our holy sacred society. And is bringing the good, and is bringing the name of the drow into the light.
I mean, I eventually just cut it off with like, look, you know what? What it really comes down to is that we have Valden, and we have Lori. It's Lori's choice whether or not Valden gets to be declared an abomination or not, because Lori's the queen of the drow in this situation.
True.
Unfortunately, Lori has also technically, struck an alliance with me, so that means that I'm gonna have to choose which of my two favorite people I'm gonna go after.
Only if one of us pays you to go after the other.
Oh wait, actually, it doesn't matter because you're both on the blacklist. I covered my ass. So she could pay me, and I'll just be like, thanks for the gold. We'll go off and then, nah. You didn't read the fine print. We don't take contracts on you or Valden. I like that quote.
I kind of agree. There are some things. I mean, well, there are. The problem is there's a very stark difference these days between censorship and just correcting somebody when they're fucking wrong.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, there are people in this world, there are people in the United States that will sit there and look up at the sky and say, that sky is green. It's like, no, it's blue. You're trying to censor me. It's like, no, you're wrong. You are very obviously wrong. It is blue. It is a blue sky. But the moment that you try and correct them, you are censoring them.
Yeah, and then you get the pedantic asshole behind you who's like, actually, it doesn't have a color. It's just the light refracting.
Or the person who's trying to play, get everybody calmed down. It's like, well, what's blue to one person may appear to be green to another because of their personal, the physical.
Maybe he's colorblind.
Yeah, the cones and rods in their eyes. Everybody, what's red to one person isn't red to somebody else. Yada yada yada.
So to answer Shelby's question of like, why can't we have fair ratings and watch whatever the hell we want? So, babe, you know how times you just look at me and you're like, what the fuck went wrong with you when you were growing up? That's what went wrong with me when I was growing up. I say it in all honesty. I think I said it last time I was on Voice, but in all honesty, I grew up with, since I was 5, with Playboy, heavy metal, and football. That was my upbringing.
Oh God.
And 80s slasher movies.
Heavy metal, just ooh.
Yeah.
Now, I want to address Kristana's message that it's it's in a complicated world. It's almost never that clear. Kind of yes, kind of no, because you have people that will read one article on the internet and will sit there and argue about somebody who has personally researched the entirety of everything to do with this one very specific topic. And it's like, I've done the research. Nope. Joe Rogan says you're full of shit, so you're full of shit. And it's like,
Yeah,
that is not...
Facebook moms in there. Oh, well, I read it in an article that this vaccine... No, just shut up.
Yeah, it's one of those points where it's like, there is... I mean, in a lot of society understanding things and society, where should we go from here type of thing, yeah, there's a lot of give and take. But there's a certain point where it's like, you have to respect the people that actually have researched the goddamn thing versus the people that are just like, it just makes sense that, no, this just isn't a fact.
Okay, so okay. This comment, that's parenting, not ratings. I mean, it's actually both. Because, yes, my parents did have the ability to, keep that material from me, but they let me choose whether or not I wanted to partake of it. And I knew it wasn't, quote unquote, meant for kids. Like, I knew it was more adult material, but, what the hell? If I'm gonna be allowed to read it, I'm gonna read it.
Okay, Kristana, I would say I would have to disagree with you on that. In those cases, you have to delegate to the person consuming the content to judge what is true or not. If you start removing things, it's worse. I agree, but I kind of agree, but I kind of disagree.
Yeah, on the one hand, you're right. On the other hand, it's iffy.
Yeah, removing it gives whoever posted it ammunition to say they don't want you to know the truth. Mm-hmm. That's why 2 weeks ago when it was me and Sin, I didn't stop Sin from saying anything. Because I think no matter whether you agree with it or not, voicing the opinion is important. But at the same time, it's like, if you don't sit there and say, look, the people that actually have done the fucking research say this versus this person who...
Well, okay, like a prime case in point in that conversation is when Sin was talking about you and Sin growing up in the 80s, that was two totally different viewpoints of the same era.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like for Sin, yeah, it was paradise. It was amazing. It was like the best era ever. You had a completely different viewpoint.
Yeah. And the
So
big
does that
difference.
Mean that one is true and one isn't? No, it just means that
But I do. I maybe it's me, me personally. But I do think it's a little bit weighted because it's like the difference was you have somebody who owns a business in the 80s versus somebody who works for somebody else.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what the conflict, I guess. If we were gonna put this in really, really simple terms, it was almost a bourgeoisie proletariat situation, but we're not gonna get that fucking bougie. All right, so what does Kristana say? I mean, yeah, that's completely true. Humans have bias. We're always going to have bias. It just occurred to me that I did make this an Ask Us Anything night, and no one's asked us anything yet.
by my side, I'm not worried. I think we'll be able to find ourselves again. Black expressions, empty words.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back. That is a cheap shot, Finnick.
So I actually wanted to address something that that Kristana said, because there is a point a point of contention there that people generally kind of shy away from. So the problem is that people who do the research are also human beings, are also humans with biases, agendas, etc., who can get paid to say things. And yes, that's true. That's where that's why you have peer-reviewed stuff. So, for example, the idea that, well, vaccines give children autism was one study that nobody else has ever been able to recreate. Nobody has been able to recreate that. Now, the point that I want to bring up as far as that type of thing goes, though, is like Joe Rogan, who said, oh no, people who don't want to take the vaccine because it hasn't had sufficient peer review, it hasn't been studied enough, they kind of fast-tracked the study and everything. Oh no, I totally agree. You know, he totally agrees with him. But when he caught COVID, the one treatment that he always kept talking about was the one that has 0 clinical studies as far as taking care of any kind of viral infection. It takes care of parasites, but not viral infections. So, who do you listen to at that point? Do you listen to somebody who, you know, do you listen to the people who have done the research on the vaccines and actually understand the science? Or do you listen to Joe Rogan, who said, well, we threw the kitchen sink at it. He literally said that he took everything that his doctor could get a hold of, including the mononucleoid infusions, which are the standard acceptable treatment for a COVID infection. But he always talked about the ivermectin like it was the saving grace. It was the one thing that nobody talks about that everybody should be talking about. And it's like, but that has 0 clinical studies. Nobody's studied that.
No one has time to become a virologist.
That's why we trust people who have spent their lives doing it. Not the people in the limelight. I will say that. Not the people in the limelight, not the people even making the suggestions in general as far as how things should be done. Like the latest CDC recommendation is, I do think it's a little slanted. Maybe I'm in the minority here as far as people in the chat listening and Kayden and stuff, but I do think it is, we want people to get back to work as quickly as possible. If they're still potentially infecting other people, we don't give a shit.
Yeah, no, but you know, that goes back to a whole different conversation.
And Kristana, that's the thing, you know, you don't know about Joe Rogan. I can respect that. But that's something that I would recommend somebody look that doesn't know Joe. If you don't know Joe Rogan, if you don't know the story of him, what he said before he got COVID, what he said after he got COVID, I would recommend looking that up and getting informed. I know a lot of people that will say, I don't know. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're right. I just don't know. And then they never go any further. They do no research. They don't look anything up, and they just say, I don't know, but this is my gut feeling.
All I know is at this point they could tell me anything. Stay home, take 5 boosters, spin in the air 3 times. All I'd say is, sure, no prob, and go back to doing the same thing. You probably just summoned a demon. So I like how we just got a lightning round of ask me anything.
Kind of, yeah. Pancakes or waffles? Yeah,
That is a loaded question, Fennec, and you know it.
Nope. I know the answer to that one, Kayden. I know the answer to that. The answer is French toast.
I don't think we can be friends anymore. I mean, you don't like musicals? You eat French toast like a fucking maniac? I mean, come on now.
Oh, come on. You have eggs and toast and combined plus, like, syrup or whatever syrup-like topping?
The real answer is cinnamon toast.
All right, yes. Absolutely yes.
Okay, so let's see. Favorite takeout.
Hang on. What do you...
Shelby herself count? Oh, these are like way up there.
What do you two want to accomplish this year? This year. So
what do I want to accomplish this year? Oh shit.
That's that. I do not like musicals. It breaks my immersion in any fans in any media that I'm watching when they just break into song and dance. It just it breaks the immersion for me.
No, okay, see the one thing I feel like I'll get to your question in a second, Chris, but as for you, Pretty, I have no idea what I want to accomplish this year. I think I want to be a functioning human adult, but that's been my goal for like the past 10 years, and it just hasn't happened yet.
That's a sliding scale, as is, Kayden. I think what I want to accomplish in the coming year, in 2022, I want to get, I think about the only thing that I can really say for certain is I want to get to 1,000 subscribers on YouTube.
That's a good goal.
Mostly because that will enable me to help move me one step closer to being able to monetize my videos again. Like I used to be able to do before YouTube moved the goalpost for the...
Oh god, I hated when
third
I got
time?
those emails.
Third time, fourth time?
Third time. And then they sent out the emails that if you haven't reached that and you don't have 10,000 views and at least some arbitrary amount of likes, then they not only demonetize you, you're departnered, because that's what happened to my channel. And I'm still angry about that.
Yeah, when they changed it to like, oh, you have to have so many views and 100 subscribers, when they changed that, I had just met that metric. So it's like, okay, fine. Then when they said, no, you have to have 4,000 hours of watch time and 1,000 subscribers, I'm like, well, fuck me running. That's just kind of,
Okay, so let's see. Hold on. Chris, if I said I want your body now, would you hold it against me? Didn't I do that earlier in the tavern? Or was that for...
So yeah.
Favorite metal band? Oh, shit. What genre of metal? Speed, thrash, sludge, stoner, doom, black?
Oh, God. See, now this is...
Norwegian? Symphonic.
This is why me and Kayden are friends. This is a prime example. And even without the musicals or the French toast, no.
Yeah, well, okay, so yeah, jumping back to the musicals for a second. You and Shelby will get along fine on the you don't like Repo. Because Shelby still hates Repo. But hers is not because it's a musical. She adores musicals. Hers is, I get it's an opera, but why is everybody dying so messily? Favorite symphonic metal? Oh, shit. Ordo Equalius Rosaris does not actually count as symphonic metal. Does Spiritual Front count as symphonic metal?
I don't know.
I don't know. Okay, let's just say the random genres. Favorite metal bands. Oomph. Let's see. Rammstein, of course, because, you know, you can never go wrong with some Rammstein. Shit. You know what? I'd have to go through my entire playlist, and that's over 200 hours. See, I don't know about Nightwish. Okay, you know what? I could have just said Sabaton, really.
Hello there, Curious. Good
Hey, it's
evening.
Curie!
Yes. Although although I think with the people that are here, maybe we should look at the fact that it's Curie Ace, not just Curie.
True.
Okay, I do feel that a lot of people overlook, well, people like Curie Ace. Not to put
Curious does sound a lot better.
Yeah. Not to put you on the spot, Curious. I'm not like, ooh, hey, you're in the spotlight here. Not until I can convince you to get on voice on Discord some Friday and join the Pirates of the Geek Vortex.
You know, just from what I've seen of Curious in the chat, I don't know what Sin would do if there was suddenly 3 of us ganging up.
I think Sin would be like, I don't know what to do.
I can't get drunk enough.
There is not a... My body would shrivel up and die with that much alcohol.
Okay, so let's see. Let's see if we can get through the speed round. Favorite takeout?
Ooh, favorite takeout.
Like a body? Or do you count Shelby?
Favorite takeout?
I do like taking Shelby out.
I would have to say favorite takeout would probably be Chinese. Chinese takeout.
I'm not gonna lie. I've had Chinese for like the past couple decades at my place, but the newest takeout that I love is an El Salvadorian place, like a couple miles from my house, because I love me a good taco.
I say Chinese mostly because we don't have an actual Indian takeout place anywhere near me.
Oh yeah, no. The closest good Indian place to me is like a couple towns over, and I don't feel like driving 4 hours just for some Indian.
Yeah, not. Oof.
Celebrity crush of all time, Gina Davis.
Of all time in their prime. Oh, dear gods, I don't know if we. Oh.
What got me into doing YouTube?
Yeah, celebrity crush for me. Celebrity crush. Yeah, it's kind of a tie for a lot of things. Uma Thurman, John Cusack, Ryan Reynolds.
Does Angelica Houston specifically as Morticia count?
That would you consider that being in her prime?
I consider it being really good makeup because she did The Witches about the same time.
Because it was, I mean, Christina does say your celebrity crush of all time in their prime. So yes, I think that would count.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we'll just go with that. Okay. So let's see. What got us into doing YouTube?
Okay, that for me is a very easy answer. A friend of mine that I had just met like a few months ago at it was at a steampunk Thanksgiving bar event. I was dressed as a steampunk version of the Doctor, complete with like a lantern with like steampunk Dalek, steampunk, like filters on the glass for that. They were dressed as a steampunk version of an assassin from Assassin's Creed. And this was over 10 years ago now. This was over 10 years ago. So it wasn't like, oh, so you mean like, Assassin's Creed Liberty or whatever it was. I noticed that they were doing like just stuff like this, except for one person just like 15 minutes of just like talking about the craziest shit. That got me into doing YouTube, because it was like, this is all the things that I love doing all packaged into one. And then I saw like Markiplier doing video games, and I'm like, oh shit, you can do fucking video games? And I'm like, I leapfrog down to that.
Yeah, so for me, YouTube came out when I was a senior in high school.
Oh, you fucking child.
Yeah.
Fucking baby.
Okay, so, Curious thinks that apparently they're the youngest, so don't fucking call me a baby yet. I'm 31, man. But, no, so, like, it came out, and at first, when it first came out, it was just cat videos and, like, meme clips, and we all hated it. We all hated YouTube when it first came out. But then, people, like you said, the Let's Players start coming around, and the vloggers and all that.
Now, I will say, the cat videos and stuff like that was still better than the dating idea, the dating site idea.
Yes. But then, actually, before Markiplier and Jack, I got into a YouTuber known as Bohi. And he was actually pretty fun. And then, of course, what is he now? He's not a legend. He's not a terror. It's Onision. I got into Onision, before the massive Onision meltdown. And then came Mark and Jack, and eventually I decided, you know what, I want to give this a try. And then the spirit of competition got ignited, because it turns out Markiplier is actually my 8th cousin, and Jack is my cousin on the other side.
Dear God.
So I was like, oh, now it's just a family business, boys.
Oh, fuck. Now, yeah, I agree. I get what you mean as far as the competition, and there is like a big competition. Like, everybody wants you to watch them and just like fucking nothing else. And it's like, that's kind of shit.
Was it 2005?
Ooh, you know what?
I guess it was, but I don't really remember anything until 2008.
Yes, YouTube was created February 14th, 2005.
Yeah, so at that point, I was still a sophomore. I was too busy trying to, get a date.
I think at that point I was divorced and looking to move out of the duplex that we were renting at the time that I really could not afford on my own, and my ex had already moved out. So YouTube was the first, the internet was the furthest thing from my mind. Having power in February, having heat in February, that was pretty much keen on my mind at that point.
So let's see, steampunk or cyberpunk?
Oh.
Diesel punk.
Steampunk and cyberpunk are very close in my mind. I think cyberpunk has a slight bit of upper hand, simply because it is still feasible in the modern world to become cyberpunk versus steampunk? Because steampunk, we would have to downgrade our technology a lot, whereas cyberpunk, it's just advancing it.
See, that's why I like diesel punk. It's kind of like stuck in the time era. It can be past, it can be future. You get to play around with it.
So you're talking Mad Max. You want to go to
kinda.
You want to go to Australia. I see. You want to go to
Australia.
You want to go to you want to go to Australia after a nuclear apocalypse.
Depending on the survivor list, maybe.
But I
Look,
can guarantee
thing we need is me getting to Australia after the post-apocalypse and just hearing "Hello, it's me," because I will. Immediately
I guarantee you that the Gilded Rag would not be running Bartertown. There's no way.
This is where we have to break into one of our Second Life conversations for a second. and this is where shit's gonna get weird, just so we can warn chat. This is where shit gets weird.
Yes.
Gilded Rag would not be running Bartertown. But A, would they have survived? And B, would they be Master Blaster? Or would they be Humongous?
I think at best they would be like in the corner doing their comedy special.
I mean, I was gonna say, or would they be the random gimp in the corner? But I wanted to give them some.
See, I was gonna say random, the random person in the corner doing their comedy routine, or the person bent over in right next to the bar for just general relief.
Can we? Okay. Let's make this much easier. Would they become the Gyro Captain, Giro Captain, whatever you want to call it? Would they become the helicopter?
Oh, the
pilot,
Gyro Captain.
Would they be the berserker that Humongous had to restrain because his lover got an arrow through the chest?
Berserker.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Are you sure they can get that angry?
Mostly because the Gyro Captain actually fooled Max for a short time in order to help get the fuel for his gyroscopter.
Right. Because if put in that situation, we all know that they'd be like, "I'm so clever, I didn't actually tell you the shotgun wasn't loaded."
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I'm so clever, I didn't tell you this wasn't loaded. As they're still, they haven't gotten what they wanted. And they're like, yeah, it's like... And, you're just kind of like...
you and I, as Max, are just like, well, I didn't tell you if this bomb is actually, diffused or not, so you want to roll the dice?
No, at that point, it'd be like, for me, at that point, it'd be like, really? Are you... All right, I have at least one knife in my boot. No, I'm cutting your tonker off. You don't deserve it anymore.
No, because see, that's the thing. At that point, is it even worth, just flat out going for it? Or is it just, do you play with them at that point? You're like, because they've got an unloaded shotgun. You've got a dingo, a bomb, a knife.
They're fucked. They're fucked. I have to applaud Curious with the, this is where shit gets weird. I think weirder would be more accurate.
Okay.
Yes.
Again, Curious is the one who the last time we said anything, we're like, shit's gonna get weird. Curious was the one who came back with, have you seen this stream before?
Yes. Yes.
But no, yeah, they're right. Weirder would be a more accurate description, but let's admit, you and I have had some conversations, some good 8.5 hour conversations that have gotten to some really, weird places.
Oh man, we have made a lot of people uncomfortable in our time. I'm just gonna say this: we have made a lot of people uncomfortable in our time just shooting the shit.
I mean, I was joking with Shelby. She called about 20 minutes before the stream started. I was telling her, like, okay, just so you know, like, just so you have context of how me and I don't even know what to call you. I'm just gonna call you Valden because that's what I'm comfortable with. It's like, just so you know how me and Valden get along is that we decided we were going to fuck with everybody at the RP sim one night. So Valden got into a giant Gur costume, and we just spent the entire night quoting Gur.
Oh no, got into a... Well, now, if you want to talk about the RP sim, the RP sim that we belong to, I got into a giant Gur costume and sat in the sim creator's chair.
Oh yes, the sim creator who plays a literal god, so he has a throne above us all. And we have a, what was that, like a 12-foot Gur? Just sitting in the throne.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's just like, this is my chair now. I am putting my stink all over it.
And then the best part was you didn't change out of the Gur costume the entire meeting.
Nope.
We were getting super serious.
Yes, that was the thing. It's like I had to shout.
Was that the meeting?
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Yes.
Was that the meeting after my blow up?
No, that was the meeting of.
Oh, that was the meeting of.
That was,
yeah, so like, we're trying to be super serious.
I am. Yes.
And there's just the Gur sitting there.
I am the one person trying to calm everybody down and be like, look, I get where you're coming from. I get where you're coming from. Both of you need to calm the fuck down, stop talking, and just listen while dressed as Gur from Invader Zim. Like,
yeah,
not even like a...
tried to calm yourself down when Gur's the one be like, let's be rational.
Yeah,
and that's why we get along. It's that talent. Like, no matter how bad shit gets, the moment you and I actually just like start talking to each other, everything's fine. We find a way to make each other laugh.
See, okay, see, curious, talking to yourself isn't crazy. It's the point.
No.
It's the point where you start answering yourself that you kind of have to question stuff.
Well, I mean, I guess that depends on what the answer is.
My general answer is, shut the fuck up. What are you doing talking to me? Why are you even here? Why can I hear you separately?
I think the most concerning thought I ever had was I was laying in bed one night and I was having one of those conversations with myself. And then a much different voice than mine in my head just goes, "Who are you?"
Oh,
that's... I was like, oh, this is not good.
Wait a minute. Am I the... Wait, is this the figment of my imagination,
like,
and I'm the
Are
figment
you
of...
the figment?
Yeah, it's like, okay, so you're the figment of my imagination, but am I the figment of a bigger imagination? Nope. Shut it all down. Just... Nope. Do not want to think about that.
If I were, more coherent in the morning, I could just be like, wait a minute, did I temporarily develop, ESP, and just suddenly get into some random motherfucker's head?
Okay, I gotta say, Kristana, this is why I love the whole mask thing here in the U.S. I love the mask thing. Because you know what? I can wear a mask and I can mutter to myself and answer myself in public. Most people don't know what the fuck's going on. They don't know what I'm doing. They just see the mask flexing. Oh no, because when they
solved that shit back in the 90s, we have headsets. You wear a Bluetooth headset and just talk to yourself.
When you walk down the street, just motherfucker, man. No, you motherfucker. I will fucking kill you. When you go down the street doing that versus
Yeah,
a mask, it's like nobody questions the mask. The mask is moving a bit. Who knows what you're doing?
Yeah, Chris has got a point. The cyber goths were ahead of their time.
Oh yes. Oh,
Back when I started Second Life, that was the thing, was cyber goth and the gas masks. And I was like, I never thought my Second Life fashion sense would come in handy.
There was a big period where cyber goths were just central to the goth industrial scene here. I always found it slightly irritating. The first few times that after the first 5 times that I went to a goth night, everybody thought I was one of the elder goth, and I'm like, no. I just happen to have a lot of black and a lot of stylish clothes. I'm sorry if I am dressed in a black on black 3-piece suit,
That
but
too. Oh, the Nikos. Oh.
okay, see, yeah, Curiace gets it. Curiace gets the mask thing. It's like, oh yeah, you're lip sync. You're just kind of quietly singing along to whatever you listen to. It's like, if you don't have a mask, people are like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, but see, I'm a band kid, so Shame and me are no longer acquainted.
Oh God, Nikos weren't. See, that's the thing. When I joined Second Life, Nikos weren't even a thing.
Yeah, we've talked about the Second Life, and when were you in Second Life? It's just, dear God.
When I joined Second Life, the big surprise, the big shift from norm was the idea of male and female versus something somewhere in between. That was the big fucking thing.
Yeah, when we actually had genders.
Yes, it was like, oh no, it's not a binary thing. It's a fluctuating variation.
Yeah.
Which I actually appreciate Second Life 4 and any virtual world where you can choose all these things. They are kind of the stepping stone to real life.
Yeah. I think the one thing I think could have prepared me more for coming into Second Life, because I actually got into it because of my sister, and she took me through 3 different simulators, like 3 different 3D world simulators.
Oh God!
Before I ended up on Second Life.
Just the whole idea of the person who brought me to Second Life was my sister. It's like, oh God, oh no,
oh no. See, this is the horrible part, because that's what we're gonna get into. She started me out with the old Worlds platform, back when it was like fandoms. So you had Hanson World and like System of a Down World and shit like that. So that was horrible.
Yeah.
Then she took me to I Am Vu. My God, I Am Vu.
Apparently,
well,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, your facial expressions? No,
I'm
I'm
like, really? It's like I'm sorry. I just apparently I never thought I was that expressive with my face, but apparently I am.
Oh no, you are. That's the one thing I hate about being in chat some nights when like you're doing Lord of the Rings and such, is that like a lot of the times I make that one perfect joke, but because there's a 1.5 minute lag between chats, like it doesn't hit, but your face right then is perfect. So I'm just like, oh damn it.
Oh, it is. It is. Actually, for you as well, Kayden. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
I'm still an hour away, technically, but I mean,
you know what? Either way, we get to have fun with it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So so she took me to IMVU, And that was like, I played that for maybe 3 days before I got frustrated with it, because I hate IMVU. There's nothing good about that platform. And then she's like, well, hey, you know, there's a place that kind of combines IMVU and Second Life. Or not Second Life, and Worlds. It's called Second Life. And I was like, oh, okay. And then she threw me into Club Zero. That was like the first place.
Club Zero. Oh my god.
Yes, Club Zero, the you know, elite cyber goth industrial club, and it was right as Zindra and Teen Grid had merged. Human vs. Furry was the big thing. Neckos were everywhere. Everybody wanted to be, you know, tattooed, and we don't know if we're goth or just femboy pierced.
I know real life people who DJ'd at Club Zero and may actually still DJ at Club Zero.
I still know, I think, at least 4 DJs at Club Zero.
That's where
I haven't talked to him in years, though.
That's where I met the Watch Commander.
That's where you met him?
Yes.
That explains so much.
Yes. Both of us were like, oh yeah, cool. And then we're like, oh hey. And it's like, oh hey, so you're into Doctor Who. And it's like, cool. Wait, you're into Terry Pratchett's Discworld as all right. Instant friends. It doesn't matter.
No. It's not now Club Zero is full of drama. It's just Club Zero, the drama has actually shown through. Like, because people don't keep it in IMs anymore.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's actually a hilarious shift in Second Life that I love. When I started, IMs were still called naughty boxes, and if you were in IM, everybody knew what you were doing.
Oh yes.
Nowadays, if you're in IM, everyone's like, oh no, is there something important going on? Is it like, what? Why aren't you talking in local?
I still for the most part assume that it is private naughty stuff, not drama stuff.
I mean, when it comes to like when you're talking to me, you know I have at least 6 IMs open, so then it's just Russian roulette. One of these is fun, 4 of these are drama.
One of these is fun, 4 of these is drama, and one of these is just somebody wanting attention, and you're just kind of, you know, stringing them along. I'm kind of the same way. That's one of the things when I go on Second Life, everybody's like, oh, so what is the mayor up to? And it's like, I'm dealing with shit. What kind of shit? Leave that up to your imagination, because there's really no point in telling any of you.
It's actually gotten to the point. People know how good of a day I'm going to have based on who's in my ear. I love that. They'll ask me, they're like, okay, so you're on voice with somebody. I'm like, yeah. They're like, well, who is it? If I say the mayor, they were like, oh, okay, it's a good day. You know, you guys are probably just sorting some shit out. I was like, okay, that's incredibly specific. But if I'm like, nah, it's the Gilded Rag, they're like, so we're just gonna avoid you the rest of the day.
I'm kind of impressed that the mayor actually gets the, oh, so it's a good day then. All right.
I don't think it's mostly because every time I'm on voice with you, like I said, we find a way to make each other laugh, like even through the darkest shit. So I don't think I've ever gotten off of voice angry at you.
I don't think you have either. I mean,
yeah. So like, I mean, you know, you and I get off voice, we'll be tired, but we're never really angry.
I mean, the Draka has kind of generally gotten angry in voice and stuff. Usually when I talk to anybody one-on-one, I generally talk to them past the point of being angry and to the point of just being like, okay, I've worked through everything, and dear gods, I don't know what the fuck is going on. I want to sleep.
And with you and me, I think it's even more simple. We talk about the drama. We're like, okay, this is what's going on. We do the, 3 or 4, how do we solve it? And then we're just like, you know what? This shit is childish. We're like a couple of parents just looking over their children and going, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I'm the daddy. I am the daddy.
See that? Okay. You know what? No. I was going to be nice and hold my tongue, but nah. I'm daddy, bitch. I may play a queen, but I'm daddy.
Okay, see, Kristana, no. See, didn't steal anything. It was if you want to say somebody stole something, it was the whole idea.
Did not give it to nobody.
It was
There
the whole
is
idea
someone in the
of.
leatherworking job.
It was the whole idea of one person being answerable to two different people, and that's the yeah. You are still welcome to sell your leather goods within the marketplace of the village, especially when we start doing market days.
I've been asking, what you guys want to sell for about 3 months.
See? See, it actually got so, okay, so for those of you who aren't part of Second Life.
I'm beyond that life now. I only sell drugs. Wait, that doesn't count as a drug.
Nope. I'm not going into that. I'm not going into that because.
Hold on.
No, not going into
I did
that.
get my tacos. I've been sitting here eating them the entire time. I just finished them like 5 minutes ago.
So one of the things that I actually dove into full on Christmas Eve. Before, when I took the picture that I put up on the Discord for G-Land, as far as the Hogs Watch card, Christmas Eve, I made the decision to fully embrace the full on veterinary facial hair.
Mm-hmm.
Just because it's something? No. There's too many motherfuckers that it's I kind of just need that mental. I kind of need that subconscious reminder to me that's no. You don't get to say, you have your say, by all means, have your say, and I will point out systematically where you are wrong.
You know what? We should have had Hogfather. That's what we should have had.
Oh, I want to have a I want to have Hogs Watch in G-Land and be like, oh no, here is somebody who is just yes, they have the red and white clothes, they have the pork nose, they have the big bush. Yes, I want a Hogfather with the four, with the sleigh drawn by 4 big boars, the whole 9 yards.
If we ever wanted to do the one where the Hogfather disappeared, we could get my big brother to do that. I'm pretty sure he could set up the death avatar.
Okay. I kind of have to address Kristana's question here. Is the Captain of Watch my spy alt, or is the Ollamh name just a coincidence?
I can neither confirm nor deny that the Captain of the Watch is a spy alt.
The Captain of the Watch is not an alt.
You know what? I know that, and I was teasing. Kristana's been going on all day that she wants to start answering people with any question directed to her with "I can neither confirm nor deny."
I appreciate that, but I've actually had a few questions like that in both Second Life and here. No, the Commander of the Watch is not an alt. Now, both of us being fans of Doctor Who and Terry Pratchett, the Commander of the Watch actually started off with a name that meant a non-medical man of learning, but he misspelled it. Much like somebody else I could mention, but I'm gonna be nice and not point fingers. I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. misspellings happen. I just spelled it right and created this channel.
I mean, if you're talking about me, yes, misspellings happen. I misspelled my own name, for Christ's sake.
Exactly. The Commander of the Watch did the same thing, because if you look, it's Ollahm.
I actually find myself doing that in chat a lot. I'll sit there and I'll like look up at the logo because I'm like, wait, that's not right. Oh, right.
The logo is right. It's the it's the other yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm so used to typing his version now, like it just comes out automatically. So I'll just be like,
Right?
wait, that's not right.
Yeah. But yes, the logo right down there is spelled correctly. It is
Now-
Ollamh. It is Old Gaelic for a non-medical man of learning.
Yeah,
Which-
see, Curious does it too.
I actually had somebody when I first made that logo and stuff. They're like, "Well, why don't you say LL Ham, kind of like LL Bean?" It's like because there's an O, but it's the O is the film canister. And like, oh, I did not see that. It's like, really? I kind of. Did
And
you
that's why I just decided tonight I'm just gonna call you Balden, because you know what, I'm too sick to give a fuck.
Yeah. Christina. Oh, yeah. Christana.
Yeah, I love it when especially on voice. Okay, it's very hilarious. I wish I could take you up to a leaders meeting, Chris, because the amount of variations on your name alone we get in voice is astounding. Let's see, what have we gotten? From one person we've gotten Chris, Christina, Christiana, Christiana, Christian. I was like, what? Where is the CH coming from?
You're a Christian. Oh no, my last name, my real world last name gets butchered to fucking no end. And it is hilarious. Every time I get a piece of junk mail, they get the last name wrong and I'm like, nope, nope, nope. Anytime anybody calls me up and they're like, oh, is this, it's like, nope. Or they're just like, oh, this, and it's like, nope, wrong.
Questions she's never asked me in real life. So Kayden means companion, which I didn't know. And where did it come from? That's easy. I'm a writer, and I sat there writing a story one day, and I kept staring at a blank piece of paper going, what the fuck is your name?
All right. I am going to leave you in the wonderful hands of the companion, which is just, I have to say, that is just fucking beautiful. We have literally the doctor and a companion. It doesn't get any better than that. I'm going to leave you in their capable hands
For
because
just a moment.
I've got to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, okay. So this is the point where they're going to ask all the weird shit. Right? He always has the best timing, doesn't he? Oh, okay, Chris. Night-night. Yes, that's where Kayden came from. I didn't plan it out. I just picked it out of midair. That's also where Balthier came from, and shit, pretty much any name I've gone by. I'll admit this has actually been a much tamer Ask Me Anything than I thought it was going to be, considering the audience. Actually, the three of us have already proven that we have the weirdest timing ever, Curious, because you know, we were doing that Postal Forge stream, and we mentioned you, and you popped in like 3 minutes later. Yeah. I think we mentioned like 3 names because it was you and Sin, and then Griffin, and then yeah, every time we mentioned one of you, who you appeared. So, you know, I'm actually curious. Who actually thinks that it'd be fun watching Ollamh play jazz punk while he and I are on voice? Was Dorian there that night? I don't remember. You'd think between the 2 of us, one of us would. Yeah, I know how that is. There's days that I don't even know what is actual memory and what I've just made up. The Lord Mayor approacheth.
Wait, what? What happened?
I said the Lord Mayor approacheth.
I have no idea who you're talking about. Oh God, there's a like. What all were you guys talking about?
We actually weren't talking about that much. That's hilarious.
Jazz
punk. Okay, so how'd you describe jazz punk?
So think retro.
Retrofuturism.
Yes.
computers, the Cold War, and a ton of LSD.
Yeah, metric ton of LSD.
Oh, and don't forget Hunter S. Thompson.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh my God, so many times, Kyrie, so many times when it's like, I will play a game and it's like, oh, this reminds me. Wait, did that really happen or was? Ooh, wait a second. Let me do a little bit of research. Yeah, okay, yeah. This is a real thing.
Deep on me when we're actually in person, babe. What the fuck?
What's something you're proud of? What's something that you find to be lucky? And what do you think is the perfect prank? Ooh. Wow, those are really good questions. Those are damn.
Oh, something I'm proud of.
Ooh.
I don't fucking know, because I don't know what's legit pride and what's just ego.
Ooh. You know, I will say being kind of like having social anxiety and stuff like that and general self-doubt. I would say the thing that I'm proud of most is well, things like Curious and Pretty Wolves and, you know, Kayden Sin, people who want to who believe in something that I am trying to do enough to promote that and be a part of it. That is hands down. That is my most prideful my what I am most proud of.
Yeah, you know, on the same vein, I guess I can kind of say that you know, my group in G-Land is something I'm proud of, because I built a damn good group.
You have. And it's not like, oh, hey, this is the overarching idea. It's like, no. Just be who you want to be.
Oh yeah, I mean, okay, I've done the family thing in Second Life a ton, but like Orochi is the first time like we actually act like a family. Like, we have the sim, we have our Discord server, you know, that we argue, we get along, we joke, we act like a family. And we were sitting there today, it was like, okay, we're going to get pedantic about like the most minute nitty-gritty details of our backstory. Not because we have to, but just because we were that damn bored.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's, you know, yeah. Now, what do I find to be lucky?
Oh.
That's a hard one. That is a really hard one. Not saying that a hard one is what I find lucky, just this is a very difficult question. I just want to clarify that, especially when talking with Kayden.
And especially when talking about G-Land.
Oh, specifications are a must.
You know what? We could always go the cheater's way out and say, yes, a hard one is lucky in G-Land for the right person, I guess.
You know, I mean, well, not really, because I mean, there's a lot of people in G-Land that will absolutely have a hard one no matter what.
True. There's some that it never goes away.
Yes.
Okay, so
coffee. So yeah. What do I find
being
lucky?
alive count?
Yes, I think so. I really do think so. And the fact that right after you asked that, the music changed to something more upbeat is like, holy shit.
Even the music is like, brighten up, motherfucker.
Right? Yeah. It's like, hey, fucking come on. What I have found lucky is, the first and foremost, for me, the most lucky thing is scheduling things around specific, personally important dates. Like my birthday, my father's birthday, my mother's, family birthdays, personal things that are, personal dates that are important to me. Now, it may be the idea of I put more passion into something that is scheduled around a date that is important to me, and therefore it is, I present it as more important. I put more passion into it, and that translates to people seeing it as more important. I suppose that would be what I'd say would be lucky is.
Yeah, I can get with that.
Yeah, I find dates that I can pour passion into that translates through to the audience.
Now this third one, I think this is the hardest out of all.
Oh, the perfect prank. I don't know if there is such a thing.
Okay,
I don't know.
Okay. There is a perfect prank, but here's the thing. We can't answer this question yet.
I suppose for me the perfect prank would be one that is funny to everybody and not offensive or harmful to one particular person.
But I think as far as the perfect prank goes, it's one that you plan, with a close circle of friends, everybody who thinks alike. We all know everybody's ins and outs and everything, and that's why I say we can't answer it yet, because you and I have not had time to get together and plan a prank.
Yeah, the perfect prank for me would be one that even the victim of the prank would stop and be like, "Oh no,
yeah, that was good.
Oh no, that was fucking great." Like, If I played a prank on Kayden, it would have to be something where Kayden would stop afterwards and be like, "Oh, you son of a bitch, that was goddamn wonderful. How?" That is the perfect prank.
Although, if you're playing it on me, that kind of means you'd have to get through my paranoia and be like, "Oh shit, so he didn't actually see the prank coming."
That would be a challenge, and a welcome challenge. So, okay, now Pretty Wolves comes up with one. What's your favorite game?
Oh.
Favorite game? Oh god, that's yeah, right? That's hard.
Can we go by genre?
I think we could break it down. What's your favorite game? Okay, so let's amend this a little bit. What are your top 5 favorite genres and your favorite games within those genres? So, like, for me, number one, a point-and-click adventure games. The Secret of Monkey Island. Hands down. That was the first point-and-click adventure game I ever played, and it still holds up and is just fucking amazing.
I think as far as point-and-click adventure goes, it would have to be Seventh Guess.
Really?
Yes.
That's interesting.
Which is hilarious because Seventh Guess still to this day creeps the fuck out of me. I hate jump scares and I hate games where they jack up the suspense. And even though I've played it so many times, it still manages to scare the shit out of me.
See, for me, Seventh Guest was kind of later in my gaming experience. the first really kind of horror game that I really played was Phantasmagoria 1. And that one, to this day, fucking just goddamn nope. There are whole fucking scenes that I'm like, I know it's coming, and no.
Yeah, I mean, okay, even watching YouTubers do Phantasmagoria 2, I didn't even want to bother with Phantasmagoria 1.
It was actually creepier than Phantasmagoria 2, honestly.
Yeah. Okay, see, this is another one of those, like, I may have been born in the 1990, but I was raised on hand-me-downs, more or less. Like, my first computer was an Apple II. All right, like dot matrix printers were actually a thing for me.
Oh,
my first gaming system was
I never had Apple.
An NES. We had an NES, but my first gaming system was a Vectrex.
Oh, I was kind of personally hoping you would say like an Atari 2600.
I wish I had an Atari 2600.
Oh,
no. I would have settled for a Commodore.
Atari 26, Commodore 64, got one. I think did I pull that? I'm trying to remember if I pulled that one out for the Nerding episode. We did a Nerding episode as far as technology and stuff like that. It's like, oh yeah, like Commodore 64, a Texas Instrument with the little fucking cartridges and shit. Just, oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, it just so much stuff that was like, oh, it was so great. So wonderful. Now, as far as parser games, like where you had to type in the parser games where you had to type in the commands and stuff like that, hands down, beyond the shadow of a doubt, my favorite parser game is King's Quest 3. To Err is Human.
I hate those games. And that's because the first game of that genre I played was Hugo's House of Horrors.
Oh.
And that was the most bullshit game ever.
Oh. See, King's Quest 3 was the first Sierra game the first actual Sierra game I ever played.
The first actual Sierra game I ever played was Myst.
I don't think Myst was a Sierra game, was it?
I don't recall. I think it might have just been packed in with the Sierra games. Like
it might have been
a huge sleeve. Of
it might have been like I think that was I think that may have been just like a massive like, oh hey, here's this huge thing of games.
Yeah.
And just like, yeah,
but
all
you'll
kinds
notice, like, we said point and click, and yeah, I had both Myst and Seventh Guest, and the only reason I put Seventh Guest over Myst is because of atmosphere.
Now, see, Myst does not actually count for that. Myst does not actually count for that, because I did say a parser game, which is one where you have to type in
I know,
the
but
commands.
I'm talking when we were talking about point and click.
Oh, no. Parser game. My favorite parser game is King's Quest 3. Hands down, because that was the first. That was the first honest-to-God Sierra game that I played. There wasn't like Donald Duck's Playground or Mickey Mouse in Space or...
What was that shit they had me play? Little Howie's Playhouse?
See, Pretty Wolves had an Atari 2600. Pretty Wolves knows what's up. Star Raiders. Like, Star Raiders was the shit back in the day. It was simplistic. It was very it was very linear. But
and what other system can you say has an entire landfill in New Mexico dedicated to one particular game?
Right? Exactly. It's like, oh no, fucking E.T. killed. E.T. absolutely fucking killed. Oh god, what was who was it that made that? Who was?
Oh, I don't even remember. I just love that, like, that was an urban legend for so long, and then we found out, nope, no,
Right.
it was completely true.
Yeah, it's like, oh no, it didn't. No, it was okay. So it was actually developed and published by Atari. So yeah,
Right. Yeah,
that
'cause
was
that's why
what
they-
killed Atari.
Yeah, and that's why they had such a response, because there's like, oh, we can't let anyone know we did this.
You're right. It's like, nope.
That didn't exist. No.
We surely didn't make hundreds of thousands of.
That was a fever dream. You don't remember anything.
Yeah, no, it was. Yeah, and then when they found that graveyard, it was like, oh, it was fucking
The Nintendo
justice.
64. Oh.
Oh, N64. Oh. I was working at Best Buy when the N64 came out. The Christmas that it came out. Or I suppose I should say the Black Friday that it came out. And oh my god. Oh,
Yeah.
we had heard about some of the shit that had happened before we opened. It's like, nope. You all are on you are all under security today because we're not having any of that shit happening here. Somebody decides to try and hit somebody, you are fully encouraged to put them in a full Nelson until they are just like completely subdued. I don't give a fuck. We're not having this shit.
The N64 had such fun games.
Oh, it did. Like fucking.
And was responsible for some of the most, like, hardcore, traditional drunk night rules, like no odd job.
I was just about to say. It's like, oh yeah, fucking GoldenEye. It's like, yep.
Do you remember back when they first found the paintbrush glitch and everybody lost their fucking minds? I can beat people with a paintbrush?
Yeah, GoldenEye, Mario Kart 64. To this day, the best Mario Kart fucking ever.
I am the king of Rainbow Road on Mario Kart 64.
Oh, I hated it. I fucking hated it.
I loved Rainbow Road because I was the only one of my three siblings who could time the jump on that first hill right. So I would jump that first hill and go from 4th place to 1st and never lose it again.
Oh, you fucking bastard.
They're like, how do you do that? I'm like, wouldn't you love to know?
It's all about the timing. Just gotta hit it just right.
Let's see what else. We had Banjo-Kazooie, which was great.
Yeah. Mario 64 was...
Mario 64 is one of those, like, yeah, nostalgia, and because it was the first game, you love it. But at the same time, you go back and you're just like, holy crap.
It was kind of shit. Yeah, it was kind of shit. Not gonna lie, it was kind of bullshit.
But don't lie, you sang the Wing Cap and Metal Cap theme to yourself all the time.
Oh, fuck. I can't deny that.
And nobody cared about the Vanish Cap.
Oh,
The cap was shit.
fucking oh god, what was it? Star Fox.
Oh, Star Fox 64.
Star Fox 64. Somebody
Okay,
to
so
this
I'll
day,
say-
somebody does a barrel roll. It's like my fingers just like tinning. Double tap. Oh fuck no! I there's nothing in my hands. Shit.
Okay, so being on the internet as long as I am, as long as you have been too, you think you'd be used to seeing Star Fox Rule 64 or all that Rule 34 rather? But I'm going to tell you right now, there's a difference between seeing Star Fox Rule 34 and being Star Fox Rule 34.
Well, for one, I would imagine that giving a foot job wouldn't be nearly as fun since they're metallic and have no nerves. But I
played Wolf. I did some voice acting as Wolf one time for a Rule 34 animation. That was interesting.
Oh, wow. So I do feel that we should explain Rule 34.
Maybe.
Rule 34 is, if it exists, there is a porn version of it.
Which is closely followed by Rule 34A, which is, if porn does not exist, the fact that you have thought of it now means porn exists.
It's still kind of, it's honestly still, I suppose you could say it's a little bit less traumatic than, oh god, what is the, which rule is it?
63 is gender swap.
Yes, that is it. Yes. I just pulled it up. Gender 63 that says if for every given male character, there's a female version of that character. And vice versa. So
yes.
Whatever you are thinking, whatever coupling you are thinking of in Rule 34,
there is a Rule 63 version.
It's, go ahead and just reverse it and count it as have happened. Even if you don't personally picture it.
Yeah. But let me tell you something, I still want to do voice acting. It's still a goal of mine. But it is put in sharp perspective when you were sitting there for about 2 or 3 hours trying to get a grunt or a moan right.
Oh.
Especially since the guy I was working with was he didn't speak English as first language. And so he was just like, hey, I need you to do this and this and this and this. And I'd send him the voice, and then he's like, no, it needs to be deeper and more passionate and more oomph. I was like, what the hell is more oomph?
Something like that, I think.
That I had to push my voice down about 3 octaves.
I do have that problem myself at times. I've done some voice acting stuff, mostly commercial. I actually had somebody a couple of years ago hire me to be a voice actor in their final student animation project, which, oh my god, when I got that, I'm like, aren't there students who are studying voice acting in your... Nobody really? Okay.
That would have been a warning sign to me. It's like, wait, nobody wanted credit for this?
Well, it's one of those things where it's like, did he think that there were people who were capable of doing it right?
True, yeah, I can see that.
And
now, see, here's what bothers me. I'm on the fence about that job. Because on the one hand, I didn't get paid for it. So, that kind of pisses me off.
Yeah.
I did it freelance. On the other hand, he pitched me down, and you couldn't even tell it was my voice, and then he didn't even credit me properly.
See, that is the hands down, that is the point where you're where you draw the line. if they do not credit you properly, if they don't credit you for for your voice, fuck them. Don't give a shit.
He credited me, but he didn't credit my username. He credited the character name. So he credited Kayden, but just Kayden.
No, that's the thing. It's like, no. If the person who is doing the end credits does not credit you to the point where somebody can find you, fuck them. Just hands down, fuck them, because they are purposefully manipulating their credits to say, oh well, it's Kayden. There's thousands of Kaydens out there.
Exactly. So he approached me for another project later. He's like, I need you to do like all these. It'll be like an hour's worth of recording.
Nope.
I was like, this is like 3 days worth of recordings, and are you going to credit me properly this time? He's like, well, I'll still put Kayden. I was like, nah.
Nope.
Off, man.
Fuck. I have told people to fuck off.
It's the same for my writing. I have like so many commissions, quote unquote commissions, on my page that people are like, hey, can you write this for me? I promise I'll pay you. And I'm like, yeah, okay, fine. And then I never see a dime.
Oh,
and
no.
The only reason I leave them up right now is just because I need the content.
See, I've had a lot of people approach me on Fiverr that are like, hey, I have no idea what I want for this video. I want you to, here's my website. Here's a couple examples of videos that I would like it to be, like what you create to be like. How much are we talking here? And it's like, inevitably, it's like, okay, number one, if I have to write a script for what I'm creating, that is an automatic, you are already at the kitchen sink level. You are already paying $20 per video. Because I have to go through your fucking website or prospectus or whatever information you have to try and craft a script around this. And a lot of people are like, oh no, the examples that I have you know, 6 or 7 stock videos, like time lapse over the course of a day, focused on a skyscraper or some shit like that it's like, it means nothing whatsoever. It doesn't mean jack shit other than the passage of time. And it's like, no, but I want something like that. And it's like, you do realize whoever made that video probably paid $50 to $60 to get that one clip. And it's like,
welcome back, Curious.
Yes, welcome back, Curious. But yeah, it's like there's so much that goes into advertising shit that people don't realize. It's like, oh no, this is expensive shit. There's a reason why you can't just like approach somebody on Fiverr.com and say, hey, I have $5. I want you to do everything. And it's like,
yeah,
no. And that's
actually,
where
I was surprised to find out that one of the leaders of G-Land is doing sound design.
Sound design? Really?
Yes.
Ooh, we might have to talk about this afterwards.
Actually, I am going to go ahead and drop that name to you.
Feel free, by all means. I am kind of... Okay, that does not surprise me because that person actually is behind like a major I guess like update DLC / slash game release that happened recently. That, yeah, I mean, like, what is it? Is it Total War?
I don't know.
I think it
I was
is.
just talking to him the other day, and they were just like, okay, well, I decided that it's kind of useless right now because of what's going on, but I've been taking these online courses about sound design. I've decided I'm gonna see what I can use them on. I was like, I happen to know quite a few projects you could use those talents on.
Oh my God, yes.
And then I immediately started thinking, I was like, wait a minute. So they do sound design. I've got Valden over here who does videos. I do scripts, like, just because I'm bored and I have too much shit in my head. What happens if we all three get together?
Oh my God, if the three of us, if the three of us get together, oh my God, things are, ooh, it's gonna get very interesting.
If we had Christiana is actually a very good writer. I'm getting ahead of myself now.
Oh God.
Okay, so Shelby's question: Space Invaders, Galaxian, or Galaga? See, I played all three. I'm not really partial to any of them.
Yeah, I don't. I'm gonna be honest with you, Shelby. I don't have a horse in any of them. In my family, the big game that was like the family competition was Centipede. And my mother fucking reigned supreme in Centipede. She was unfucking beatable.
The one game you cannot touch my mother in, at least you couldn't back in those days, you could now. She was a Tetris champion.
Okay, see, Tetris? Ooh. Tetris was actually Tetris was one of those contested things. Yeah, everybody played Tetris, and it was kind of like the moment that one person got to like this level, somebody else came in a couple days later and was like, "Oh no, I can beat you."
Yeah.
But
then hers was like she is great at it, and Shelby's like currently picking her jaw up off the floor just hearing me say that. She is great at pattern recognition. She's amazing at stacking.
OCD kid's friend.
I hated Tetris because I would always try to OCD it, but my OCD doesn't work like that.
I see, that's the thing. For me, OCD was kind of like yes and no. Like, it's like, yes, okay, so everything should fit. The moment you give me something that doesn't fit anywhere, I'm just like, what the fuck? Why the fuck? What the fuck are you doing? No. So it was like, yeah, for me it was like, oh no, the moment that anything came up that did not fit into what we had before, it was like, I had to fight myself to keep from throwing the controller down.
Actually, the funny thing is now that arcades are coming back, which is a sentence that feels weird to say.
Oh, I know, right?
But yeah, now that arcades are coming back, there is a friend of mine in Shelby's that I love going out to arcades with, just to watch him fail at Space Invaders. Because, okay, he's the same age as me, but he is the technically middle child because he's one of a set of twins. But, there's 4 kids in total. And his sister was not the gaming type, so he never learned all the little tips and tricks. So we'll be playing Space Invaders, and he's sitting here trying to go, around the shields and do little pop-outs and get a perfect score. Meanwhile, I'm just shooting up through the shield. He's like, what are you doing? He's like, playing it right.
See, yeah, that's one of those things that is just like, well, I mean, Kayden, actually, you were there for it when I was like in Lord of the Rings Online, where it's like skirting around critters that it's like, if I fight them, I'm gonna get like 4 XP, and that's gonna do fuck all to go towards the next level.
Yeah.
Completing the quest is the goal. And
Skee Ball. I still love Skee Ball.
oh, ooh. Oh, Skee Ball is Skee Ball is something special.
It is. I don't even care if I get a good score at Skee Ball. I just like playing Skee Ball.
It is. It's just fucking fun no matter what.
Ironic, because all Skee Ball is bowling on a table, but bowling is nowhere near as much fun.
I disagree on that. I actually disagree on that. I love bowling. I love
bowling. I just don't find it as fun as Skee Ball.
I find it more interesting because it's like the more of your body is involved in whether or not you score more points or less. It's like your footwork, how you release, where your body is, where is the motion, the momentum that is going through your body, where is that going, can affect whether or not you get one pin or 10.
To be fair, I think bowling also has like a slight negative stigma for me, because the only people I ever get to play with are my brother, the friend that sucks at Space Invaders, and Shelby's ex-husband. So they're all competitive assholes.
Oh my God! I am so sorry. Dear gods. See, I grew up, bowling for me was spending the night with my dad and his brother, my uncle, at the bowling alley, just having fun. I mean, literally, it was so long ago that, oh yeah, my dad was like chain smoking cigarettes in between his turn. Indoors, nobody fucking cared. Everybody's like, you've got a 7 or 8 year old sitting right next to you. You're smoking. Fucking whatever. Fuck it. Give him a few sips of your beer. Right? It's like, yeah, give him a sip of your beer or something. I don't. My dad never drank beer. He never liked beer. I don't either, which is a weird coincidence. But yeah, it was like,
Dad don't drink beer because it's too weedy or too hoppy.
Yes.
Like the only beer I've ever been able to choke down is Red Stripe.
See, the only one that I have ever been able to really accept is Blue Moon with like the full on like orange wheel in the beer. Just so that it kind of cuts down the.
Moon, honestly.
Yeah, the full on orange peel, kind of orange wedge, orange wheel, kind of cuts down the what hoppiness is there.
Yeah.
I've always heard that Schlitz is great because it doesn't have the it doesn't have the hops.
Maybe, I don't know.
I don't know if they even make Schlitz anymore.
I couldn't tell you.
See,
no, I mean,
okay, so Shelby, I gotta say, when I was in my teenage years, when I was like 15 or 16, me and my dad played, in a father-son tournament, a father-son, like year-long tournament. And oh my god, we both were like so fucking obsessed with bowling that it was like fucking no competition. We're like, oh no! When we're not at an official competition, we are there like 2 or 3 times a week, just like fucking bowling for the shits and giggles.
Oh shit! What is your favorite childhood memory?
Oh, that is tough. Damn, that is. There's actually.
It's not a favorite, but there is one that I vaguely like recalling every now and then, which is I think it was around 4 or 5, and it's just me waking up, going out to the living room, and my parents had just had a party the night before, and I wake up to like,
oh god, what?
3 women on the couch and a blonde passed out in our cat box, and I was like, what the fuck is going on?
Oh god. Wow, that went in a whole different.
And then you got to turn around, you're like, hey mom, who's the woman in the cat box?
Wow, yeah, that was a whole different direction than I was anticipating. See, for me, it kind of like, you have the general question, and then it segments out into various different things. Like, one of my favorite memories as a child was actually my older brother deciding that we were going to wrestle when I didn't want to. And he pinned my arms down and was like, oh yeah, I've got you, haha, I win. And he made the mistake of letting go of the far wrist first. And my fist went from the floor to his nose directly. And he ran into the bathroom where our parents were. It's like, he fucking punched me. The fucking goddamn bastard punched me. He gave me my nose is bleeding. And my parents were like, what did you do that he punched you? It's like, well, we were wrestling. They're like, did he want to wrestle? My brother's like, no! And my parents are like, serves you right. Here's a tissue, stuff it up your nose, and fuck off.
That's the thing, like, I don't have favorite childhood memories as much as I have favorite childhood stories about me. Because apparently, in the period between when I was like 2 or 3 and the period I turned 10, I just got super lame.
Oh, God. Oh, I am sorry, Shelby. Are they setting off a ton of fireworks around you? I hate fireworks. I kind of hate fireworks, honestly. I kind of hate fireworks.
Yeah, Shelby and fireworks are not a great combination.
In my neighborhood, it's kind of, 2 or 3 times a year, there's a month-long competition of, is it fireworks or gunfire?
Oh, you think that's bad? Shelby is in Texas, so that's a thing.
Oh gods. Yeah, I'm in like East Central Illinois, where it's like, honestly, it's kind of like we have a lot of areas in the in the immediate area where there's a lot of gunfire, and then we have a lot of like, fuck America patriots that are like, fireworks for everything. Fuck it, I don't care. So yeah, it's like, the difference. Oh, It's kind of traumatic, honestly.
So let's see. You know what? Yeah, I don't have a favorite childhood memory that I can like just come up with. I have favorite childhood stories because apparently, when I was a toddler, I was just a little badass smartass.
The first, I think it was the first time at least the first time my parents ever told me that I got my older brother in trouble was he said something when we were like playing in our room or something like that. We had our room. My mother ran a daycare, so the other quote-unquote bedroom was the playroom for the daycare. So we shared a bedroom. He said something that confused the fuck out of me. Like, I had no idea what he was talking about. So a couple of days later, at the breakfast table, I'm sitting there, I'm like eating oatmeal or some shit like oatmeal or cream of wheat or some shit like that.
Sounds like the Donnie Darko. What's fuck ass mean?
Kind of actually, Kayden, because I looked at my mom and dad, and I'm like, what is a douchebag? And both of them are like, they had no idea how to react to that. Until they looked at my brother's face and he's just sitting there. And they're like, oh no, we know who to blame for this one. And oh, there will be a reckoning.
Okay, so see, here's the thing. As much as I have a reputation for a temper nowadays, apparently when I was a toddler, it was a hell of a lot worse. One of my favorite stories that my parents love to tell is apparently my brother was being a jackass one day and decided, hey, my little brother's 2. You know what? I can just push him around. He ain't gonna do shit about it. And apparently he either pushed me or he punched me. Whatever. They're like, the next thing we know is you march out of the room.
Oh,
and then
no.
we hear a dragging sound. I was like, a dragging sound? They're like, yes, we hear a dragging sound. And then from out of the bedroom, you appear with a baseball bat, which you then take to the back of his knees.
Oh my god. I was honestly kind of worried. You would be like the same as me.
Which was?
My parents realized that I had an upper limit. And my brother never, to this day, my brother has never realized I have an upper limit. My parents realized I had an upper limit of bullshit I will take when my brother said something that was completely innocent, completely innocuous. It didn't fucking matter. But he pushed me to that point, and I ran up to him and just fucking beating on his chest. I'm like half his fucking size. I am like both fists just fucking hitting him as hard as I can, which did fuck all. But it was like, oh no, I was at my limit. And my parents were like, ooh, god, oh no. This is a lesson. And my brother's like, what lesson? what the fuck is even going on? He's a fucking pipsqueak. And my parents were like, no. Pay attention. This is the point you do not want to cross in the future, because if he grows up to be as big as you, he will knock you the fuck out.
I always love it when my parents tell that story with the baseball bat, because then I just look at them. I was like, so this wasn't a sign?
Right. Yeah, see, both curious and Shelby are like, oh yeah, these stories.
Oh, Shelby's heard these stories. Like, she knows I'm not making these up. She's heard these from my parents. Also, remember, I know her ex-husband. She's seen me do shit like this, because her ex-husband, he and I met in marching band, and he was the type. He thought he was in a movie. So he was when I first met him, he was
the star.
15, 16? No. He was well, yeah, he was the star, but I'm trying to figure out like who to compare him to. The outsiders, basically. He had the leather jacket, the long, stringy, greasy black hair, chip on his shoulder, the world hates me.
Rico. Fucking Rico from the Starship Troopers. Fucking yeah, a lot of those.
Rico.
Oh no, you wouldn't have been Rico, because Rico was always, he had to be the center of attention. Yeah. He was always. You would have been Neil Patrick Harris's character.
Yeah,
the person that was kind of off the side and working, but ultimately was the one that saved the fucking day. Fuck Rico. Fucking Neil Patrick Harris's character was the fucking star of that movie.
No, like, but yeah, what he thought he was like the disaffected loner, oh, woe is me, I have the tragic, dark story.
No.
And I was like, oh, honey.
Oh my God. Oh no. The fucking goth, the elder, the like fucking ancient goth attitude of, oh, woe is me.
See, I would have said goth, except he was wearing a Dale Earnhardt shirt.
Honestly, kind of some of the ancient goths, from when I was considered an elder goth.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they just.
So he tried copping this attitude, and like he's trying to get everybody to think, oh, I'm the dangerous bad boy. I'm involved in drugs and blah blah. And I told him one day, I was like, look, I am tired of your shit. I'm not dealing with this anymore. You step up to me one more time, I'm putting your head in that locker.
All right.
And he tried me.
Oh God. I see in high school, by the time I was by the time I was halfway through my freshman year of high school, our gym classes decided to say, okay, you have free days. You can lift weights, you can play basketball, you can do whatever is, involves physical activity and physical proficiency. I was the only person that was practicing karate forms during the free days. And everybody else is like,
kata?
Yes! Oh, yes! And everybody else is like, nope! I don't give a fuck how nerdy he is. I am not fucking with that kid because he knows how to kick my ass.
See, because I was in high school in the 2000s, I still don't know whether to take this as a compliment or insult. But like junior year, one of the guys that bullied me, he came up to me. He's like, you know what? The only reason I'm going easy on you now is because I don't know if you're gonna be a school shooter or not. I was like, thanks.
Right? Yeah, because that is one of those questions of like, oh my God, because like, yeah, there's There
like,
are
on the
some
one hand, you just
massive-
admitted you're scared. On the other hand, really?
Yeah, it's like, do you really think I'm just gonna kill indiscriminately? If I kill, it is going to be targeted and very specific.
I feel like we should, again, put this disclaimer out. Fantasy
Yes!
scenario.
Yes, absolutely. Just a scenario, just like if we were put in, we are not advocating anybody doing anything drastic, anything extreme. We are not advocating any sort of, violence towards anybody.
Violent,
Yes.
immoral, or antisocial behavior.
Yes. That being said, if I were to go down that route, it would not be
Do you
indiscriminate.
not think I would be just as methodical as
Oh
everything else?
no, you would have a list of names and be like, you're right. It'd be kind of like what is it? Waiting? Was that the was that the Ryan Reynolds one where it's like, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, you're cool.
Yeah. No, actually, I think it'd be more like that Dane Cook joke about like the guy who just goes in the office one day and snaps, and he just like goes down the aisle shooting everybody until he gets to the guy who gave him a candy bar. And he's like, "Thanks for the candy." It just keeps going.
Yeah. What is your
Favorite thing about Lord of the Rings Online? Oh, sure.
Oh.
See, I haven't played it. I've only watched you play it. So-
You know, I mean, it is free to play. It is free to play for a vast majority of it. My
I've still got people trying to convince me that when it goes back online to join Final Fantasy 14, and nope.
Oh, I am sorry. I have tried Final Fantasy 14. I have. There are so many people like fucking just piling on that shit. It is almost unplayable. When you get into
Well, not only that, but like half my tribe in G-Land plays Final Fantasy 14. I'm like, I don't
Oh, no.
need y'all motherfuckers in Final Fantasy.
Oh no. When you get into a server, when you actually manage to get through the wait time to get into a server, you can't see who you're supposed to talk to for all of the other player characters' names just littering your screen.
Yeah, I know.
It is fucking kind of an awful game.
Yeah. This is another one of those, my sister plays it all the time, but she sucks at platforming, so she hands it off to me because I'm moderately better. And she's like, you should get into it. Come play with us. It's like, hell no.
No. Now I would say,
yeah. See, Pretty Wolves figured it out. Your favorite part of Lord of the Rings
Okay,
Online is blowing a dragon.
look, I was blowing a literal like dragon shape in smoke.
I was about to think of your next adjective clearly.
I was not like going to the fucking lonely mountains and looking up Smog and saying, "Hey, big boy."
Where's Fennec? He needs to pop back up.
No, that was not what I was going for. I think the biggest thing for me with Lord of the Rings Online is the fact that they do change things. Like, okay, yesterday we got to the new inn that was being built, Adso's quest line and everything. They had the framework up for an inn. That is drastically different from what they had a few years ago, where it was like there was nothing. There was literally nothing there. So they are kind of like procedurally increasing the size of things procedurally building things up rather than like World of Warcraft where it's like, oh no, we are leaving this building. This building is built but vacant, so we can add the auction house when we're ready, or we can add this when we're ready. It's like, no, they are building things as the need comes about. I am appreciative. I'm glad that you are finding that funny, folks.
I think that the best part of it is just how hard you fight against this.
Well, come on. I mean, Pretty Wolf said the other day that it's like, oh no, Pretty Wolf came back from getting a cup of tea to just to hear me saying, I'm blowing a dragon.
Yeah, I woke up right about that point too. So like he got back, I woke up and all we hear is like, I'm blowing a dragon. It's like, did I miss something?
Kind of, yes, but
Like,
not.
did Cloud come in when I
Oh.
was looking? What the hell?
Oh my god. Could you imagine Cloud? Could you imagine Cloud coming in at that time? It's like, oh.
Actually, Cloud's exact words would be like, wait a minute, I don't...
Yeah, I'd be like, I don't think you can. Well, maybe.
I mean, with Cloud's size. Again, for all the people in chat currently losing their minds, this is Second Life.
Yeah, Second Life. Cloud is a dragon who is able to take the form of an elf. Usually the dragon is very massive, so male or female,
Cloud is straight female in both forms.
But yes, straight female in both forms. But whether male or female,
Ooh,
there's a
wait a minute.
size issue of.
Wait a minute.
When you have
Because
certain
the dragon is feral, which means by Second Life rules it's a reptile, so it has a cloaca.
Ooh. See,
Aha!
no matter what, when you were talking that massive a size,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is that
It's
when you're
like-
talking that massive size, even if she's anthro, it's big enough.
yep, that is still you are, ooh, buddy.
Okay, so see, this is where we're gonna play one of my favorite games, and that's try to guess Shelby's face. So right now she is either hiding her head in a pillow and screaming, or she is giving my favorite face, which is she's just staring off into this blank and just blinking slowly as she's like, why the fuck do I have to listen to this?
See, I personally have to side with Pretty Wolves here and just like still makes Pretty Wolves laugh, which is
Oh, it's always gonna make me laugh.
oh yes,
I
that's
wasn't gonna mention Cloud because the fact was like, oh wait, no, Cloud's female. But then like, yeah, you're right.
yeah.
The next thought in my brain was
Yeah,
like,
it's
oh,
like-
she's big enough.
well, I mean, genetics. It's like okay, so it's this but when you expand out the size like 20 to 30
Actually, I also like the
times.
fact that aside from Sin, Cloud is the only name that we've actually mentioned.
Oh gosh, that is true because we've only referred to the other person as the golden rag.
I told you. I am so good. The gilded rag, by the way.
Yes, the gilded rag. Gilded rag. Well, gilded means coated in gold, not like
I know.
actual solid gold, but
Actually,
And-
I love
and
that I
it
explained
actually-
that in the Discord server today, and everyone was like, "Yeah, that makes sense."
exactly, it makes more sense than saying the
Because they're like,
golden
okay,
rag.
we get the nickname, but like, where did it come from? It was like, oh, so Valden was doing a postal 4 stream, and we saw a horror house.
Oh,
called the
God!
Gilded Rag, and we just saw it. We're like, yes,
You brought me into this.
of course.
Oh dear, oh, I am mortified.
Why are you mortified? It's a Rochi.
I am hurt. fact, I don't know whether to be mortified or proud. I'm just gonna be
Proud
honest here.
because you have given us a perfect name. You don't have to be mortified because you know that they're all going to blame it on me anyways.
See, if it ever gets back to this person, they are going to come at me like the wrath of.
Why would they come after you? Because you played a game with it in it? It was my idea.
Oh no! The fact that I gave you that idea will be more than enough for them. They
Look,
will
I
come
was
after me
already-
like just ooh.
I couldn't stand it. I had to take the Gilded Rag because you were doing the billboard mission. And you drew the giant golden tits, and I was like, really? Really?
No, I never drew the golden tits. I never drew the golden tits. I actually drew the golden buttocks.
Oh, you did draw the golden butts, but I was like,
Yes.
really? You had to bring the golden fluff butt into it?
The golden butts with one of two very large, very dark extremities going in. Putting the
See,
gilded
again, this is
rag
where
in
I
her
hate-
place.
This is where I hate being on text chat where I have lag. Because you were sitting there with your Knack McFeagle. And you're like, oh, just a little. I was like, oh, that poor Knack McFeagle.
Oh yeah. Well, that was the point where I thought they had like gotten rid of that one. It's like, you just erased the blue cock. Come on, come on. Sure, it's on a 6-inch guy, but still, I mean, he's gotta have something, right? Ugh.
See, I was gonna mention that while Kristana was around that lake. I know your ults, and trust me, your ult is a lot more fun than the guard captain.
Oh,
I would
no.
say that.
Oh no. I see my ult in Second Life is absolutely just I am going balls to the wall fucking insane.
Which I love. Okay, legit, I considered that one of the best successes of roleplay that we've had in G-Land for a while. Because you left, and not only did Cloud DM me, but 4 out of the 5 other people in the bar. And all of them were like, what the fuck just happened?
Really?
Yes, it's like, what was that? I don't know if that was a good interaction or a bad and what was with your accents?
Oh wow. See, yeah, that's one of those. I mean, for anybody watching that isn't familiar with any of this, I am a huge Discworld nut.
As if it wasn't obvious.
I love Knack McFeagles, partially because, one, they're batshit fucking insane, and B, they're Scottish, and...
No, I was about to say, they're 6-inch tall blue Scotsmen with fucking drinking problems and no filter.
So they're 6-inch... I mean, to kind of condense it down into just completely understandable, they're 6-inch tall Scotsmen. That's all you need to say. They're drunks. Yep. No filter. Yep. Blue. Yep. Yeah. They. I mean, that's the reason why Hadrian's Wall was built by the Romans. Was, oh no, north of this wall are just fucking ghosts. Mostly because the Scotsmen painted themselves blue with woad, and then the Romans were like, those are fucking ghosts. Nope, we are fucking out of, no, we are not fighting ghosts. Yeah. See, Shelby knows what's up. Shelby knows exactly what's up. They're Scottish. Enough said.
I feel like I should give Shelby context because again, she hears about like all these adventures I have in Second Life, and I had told her that I had encountered the Knack Feagle. But what I didn't mention was that my character I had just added to their canon that they're A, now functionally immortal, and B, lived in Celts, Ireland for a while. So as this drunken Scots thing is sitting on a table trying to curse me out,
God.
I am reverting more and more
Oh.
to a Gaelic accent.
Right? Exactly. So, all right.
Everyone's like, wait a minute, you don't talk like that.
Yeah, so many people are like, what the fuck is up with this shit? What? Why? So, yeah, just that, Michael. I appreciate the fact that you like the Lord of the Rings Online, videos. I love that game. I really do love that game. I think it really kind of blends the idea of a player, a new character kind of getting mixed into the story, but not like massively mixed in. So, yeah, I thank you very much. I intend to keep that going until interest wanes, drastically wanes. I should say drastically wanes, because it's like, if I get 3 or 4 people watching the stream, I'm fine with it. I don't care. I will keep it going for those few people that watch when we're live streaming. I think in all honesty, I think when creators get too big, they let the 2 or 3 or 4 people that are watching watching this game kind of go by the wayside, and I think that's a shame, because those games could be so much more massive than they are if somebody invested the time and effort into them. So, don't worry about that, just that, Michael. I will absolutely keep going with Lord of the Rings. It may be brought down to 1 or 2 times a week, but we will continue on with that series. I think I think Kayden kind of like took a break there.
No, I'm just sitting here.
Kind of like, okay, you were taking care of business. No, hey, you take care of business. But yeah,
Exactly.
we will.
Like, I'm gonna sit here and breathe.
Yeah. Oh, trust me, that's one of the reasons why I love having. That's one of the reasons why I love having stuff like this, where it's like somebody else can like if I need to take a break, like I'm going to do because my glass is empty, and it is after midnight, so Happy New Year to everybody in the Midwest or Central Standard Time. It is officially 2022, and
You started it off so well.
I have not heard of any explosions within any of the oceans, which means that Sea Lab is safe for another year. Just for anybody who is like, is very into MC Chris. I was first
I still remember that Adult Swim blog.
Oh,
Sea Lab 2020, the fucking Venture Bros.
Yeah, right. I mean, even fucking even Archer was like approached the idea of Sea Lab 2021.
Oh, and Curious is back.
Oh dear God! Back and have the stream. Oh, up on your Switch. Now that's just I am not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole. Nope, not.
No, we could.
Oh,
Again,
you.
one of these nights, we just have to stop holding back and just go for it.
You can, Kayden. I'm.
Look,
I'm
already told
not-
you that I have multiples that I am, using up here. I've got my Switch. I've got the.
Look, I actually introduced the gilded rag to the idea of being pansexual, of being bisexual or pansexual, where it's like, look,
You're the one I have to blame for this.
oh no, the gilded rag at one time was like, oh no, I'm gay, I'm just gay. I'm just gay.
How many years ago was this?
I'm just gay. This was a year ago. 1 year. And it was like
8 years ago.
it was one of those things where it's like, look, you don't have to like just men or just women. You can be bisexual, you can be pansexual, where it's like the person's attitude, the person's style really
Dimmy.
yeah. It's like, I mean, pansexual for me addresses it the best because it's like, look, your attitude depends on whether or not I think of you as somebody I would rather not talk to, somebody I'm okay talking to, somebody I'm friends with and kind of interested, versus somebody that I am absolutely interested in and
somebody
yeah.
I used to know.
Right? Yeah. It's like, yeah, pansexual kind of spans that because it's like it depends on the person. Not on their expressed gender. Not on anything like that. It depends on the individual. And I think that is the best way to look at anything.
I have always taken my line from one of my favorite movies, which is 3 to Tango, which is just the Oscar is omnisexual. He swings every which way.
Omnisexual. I mean, omnisexual kind of. I mean, it's a good term. It is an absolute good term, and I fully agree with that term for certain people that we both know very well.
Oh yes.
Mostly because they will accept anybody and everybody.
Yeah.
Because omnisexual is like all sexualities. Everybody is just, you're big, shaggy, and hung like a horse. Come here. You're completely shaven and elven-like. Oh yes, bring it on. I don't give a fuck.
Just tall Knack Beagle. I have a special place for you.
No, the moment that happens, is the moment that I freak the fuck out.
I will get a message the moment that happens. It's just like it begins. And
Oh,
like,
no. It's like, oh no. It's like, oh, you're a 6-inch blue guy that loves to headbutt stuff. Oh, I know exactly what you can headbutt. Come here, baby. Nope. just no. Oh, wow. And I do believe we have degraded down to the point of 2 weeks ago when I was talking with Sin. It's like, oh, it's just anything goes. Anything goes.
And I was hoping that'd be the entire thing.
That's what I want from that's what I want from these particularly from these introduction episodes.
So I think what it is you and I are very comfortable with the anything goes, balls to the wall, just everything out there chat.
Yeah. I agree.
It's the environment, I think.
that's actually one of the interesting things because you and I are comfortable in that direction. And obviously, me and Sin are comfortable in that direction.
Yeah.
The
Well, I
two
mean, like,
of
when we
now,
started out tonight, I think it's because of the fact that this is like YouTube and a live stream. It's not just you and me, doing our thing.
yeah,
We don't know how they're gonna react. So it's like how much do we have to hold back?
yeah. I mean, and in all honesty, 2 weeks ago should have taught us that you don't have to hold back shit. Just
Right, because if we can take Sin with the politics and the anything.
oh yeah. It's like, oh no, unzip your trousers, lay it all on the table. Fucking bring out the tape measure if you need to. Personally, I don't think it's necessary. Just let it all hang out.
That was the funniest way to end a fight I have ever heard today, and it was in G-Land.
Oh
And
god.
I had to laugh my ass off, but I was so complimented by it. Two people got into an argument in my group's area. And they're sitting there like going back and forth, like just going at each other, like, oh, you're an idiot, you're this, like, oh. And finally, my second in command steps up and was like, okay, both of you put your dicks away. Hers is the biggest. There's no need to measure.
Hers is the biggest, but that doesn't mean she wins. That just means she's the biggest.
I was like, I don't know whether I should take that as hers is the biggest and we don't need to prove it, or just hers is the biggest, take my word for it. Like, am I insulted or am I complimented?
She is your second. You did choose her as your second, so that does say something about you.
But I did choose her specifically for the fact that I know that when it counts, she'll hold me up, and when it really counts, she will tear my ass down.
That is one of the most important things as far as any leader anywhere is the person that is second to you should be willing to boost you up when you are right.
That is one of the
yeah.
things that is so wrong with our RP, honestly, is that how many of our leaders have seconds that will tear them down without hesitation?
Oh, fucking hardly any of them. Yeah, I mean, most of them are like, oh
You
no,
and
I will
act
boost
as
you
each
up.
other's
No,
seconds most of the
Yeah.
time.
I mean, most people in G-Land, as far as like the seconds to the leaders, will boost the leader up no matter what. The leader could be dead ass wrong in so many ways, and like, no, you're higher.
Well, okay, hold on.
Higher,
Let's
queen,
give a caveat to
higher.
Let's give a caveat to this. The Drow do have a second that is not afraid to be like, I don't think that's right.
Okay, I did say most. I didn't say all, but yeah,
It's true,
most.
we did say most. We did say
Most.
most.
I mean, yeah, most, just about anybody other than, well, yeah, I mean, even the village, just kind of like, I mean, honestly, as far as the village, it's like, I don't have a lot of people that are like, all right, you are
one that I
fucked
would
up.
honestly choose as a legitimate second. One. And the problem is,
He doesn't want it.
doesn't like council.
He doesn't want it. Exactly. I know exactly who you're talking about because it's like, I've thought about it. And it's like, no. If he is.
Every Saturday, he sits there in my DM and he's like, I wish I could tell them what I think of it. And Bob was like, you can come up.
Nope.
I'm inviting you. You
Oh,
can take
no.
the stand. And he's like, no. And it's like, then shut up.
Nope. He wants nothing to do with anything
Yeah, it's
political.
like, this is how this works. Either you make a list that me and Bolden can, like, slap in front of their face and be like, this has been said, or you come up, or you have to stay quiet. You can't have it both ways.
Okay, you know something? Honestly, I think he would be okay with maybe making a list. Maybe making a list.
Maybe, because
Provided that it wasn't like this list was created by this person.
Oh no. It's like all I need is like proof that these things are being said by other people other than me and these two.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, yeah, oh yeah, it's I mean, there are a lot of people that are like, no, I prefer to be at the ground level of shit rather than like the political side of things. Personally,
But that's also our problem.
I mean,
We
personally,
are at the ground level.
yeah, I have always said I hate politics. The problem is that people kind of get that idea that if you hate politics, you don't understand politics, and that's not the correlation. It's like, oh no, I understand politics. I can fucking wrap a goddamn rope around your neck and fucking form a noose in a couple of days using politics. I hate that. I hate the fact that that is even possible, but I know how to do it.
And do people think that because I say I'm an anarchist, that, you know, I'm lawless and I hate everything and that, you know, society's gonna... No!
Yeah.
I'm an Orochi via anarchy. Yes, we have a leader. They chose me.
Yeah.
We have a second and third. We chose them. But then everyone else, I just like, go, do your thing. Like, if shit happens, it's on you. That's how it goes.
See, that's one of the things that gets me with my character on Second Life and in the village. It's like, you know something? It's like, well, I think the Gilded Rag kind of just glossed over it when I said it. It's like, oh no! It's like one person, one vote. I'm the person. I have the vote. And they're like, oh, look, this person referred to them as this. And it's like, did you not pay attention to the core of the message? I'm the one that fucking has the vote. Fuck anybody else.
Yeah. See, I love the fact that we come up with these, let's not name names, but we've just made it so obvious now.
Yeah, right? But yeah, it's
But on the other hand, I like this. Because this is what you and I do normally. This is how we talk to each other. And like, whenever we're in council, this shit goes away, and I hate it.
I think that is, ever since, even before the Pirates of the Geek Vortex, when it was just the nerding, just me and Outlander on the channel doing video, doing videos and stuff like that, this was what it was supposed to be like. We have a general idea of a concept. We have a general focal point of an episode, and where it goes from there is anybody's guess. There were a lot of times when, during the nerding, Outlander went somewhere I wasn't expecting. It's like, oh shit, okay, yes, I can piggyback on that and continue. And
then see, like, I think I like this because A, it still fits. We're still geeking out about this.
Oh yeah.
But B, it's a much more free way for you and I to finally get shit out there.
Oh yeah. I mean,
because I guarantee you at least one of these people is going to watch this, and maybe something will click.
Oh yeah, I don't doubt it. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, well, it kind of comes back to the idea of, what do you want to accomplish and how do you want to I guess we kind of took the what do you want to accomplish next year to how do you want to kind of accomplish it? And it's one of those things where it's like you have to be passionate about something. You have to be passionate about what it is you're talking about.
it goes back to like what I was talking to you about is that, I have my channel. And I have all those little like half-ass videos that I did. And every single one of those had a great concept. I had scripts behind them. I had things I wanted to do. And then the other people just flaked out, and that killed my motivation.
Oh,
Because
oh
I
my
work
God.
so much better as a team. Because I'll admit, like, doing the editing and the research and learning all these skills, like, I cannot do that.
This is why I wanted you as part of the I guess the second iteration of the Pirates of the Geek Vortex, because you understand that kind of that disconnect.
I do.
When it was just the nerding, it was me and Outlander, and we met up once a week to record something. I would say, okay, one of the two of us would say, look, this is the topic for next week, and we'd both kind of like think about it and come up with things to say. The Pirates of the Geek Vortex was birthed from the nerding as, look, maybe two people aren't enough. We need other people. If person A isn't able to be here, person B and C are, and we can talk about a specific subject. The problem is when the original Pirates of the Geek Vortex came out, it was out on SoundCloud. It was just a podcast. It wasn't on YouTube and a podcast. It was just on SoundCloud as a podcast. And one of the contributors moved away. One of the contributors, real life, became massively over scheduled, and one of the contributors passed away. So it's kind of like that. Those three things combined just fucking stopped it dead in its tracks. It's like.
Yeah.
Nobody was sure what the fuck was going on.
See, I love that. That is the kind of stuff, what Pretty Wolves just said. That is the kind of stuff that I love seeing. Like, that's the kind of stuff that keeps me going.
Exactly. I agree 100%, and I appreciate that. I that is one of the reasons why I appreciate Pretty Wolves so much, is they are, Pretty Wolves absolutely gets the idea behind it. It's not like, oh, I want to be the biggest and best YouTuber. I don't give a fuck about being the biggest and the best. I want to present.
I care about having fun. That's where my whole thing is. If I'm having fun, other people are having fun. If other people are having fun, then everything's fine.
Exactly. Having fun and being honest. It's like, I'm never gonna say, I will never say that I love one politician or the other. I don't. I can find a reason to hate any politician.
Exactly.
Every politician is fucking.
I just say, look, these are things that I don't talk about, and it's not because I don't want to. It's just because I am so over the arguing in the back and the forth, and I can go for hours. Like, theology. Ugh. I have out-argued a Southern Baptist preacher, man. All right, I can argue religion for days. I just don't want to.
Yeah, it is one of those things where it's like, look, if you're honest and you're passionate, that is what resonates with people, and eventually, and I'm if you do the Keemstar thing, okay, so to bring up somebody, if you do the Keemstar thing where one day you're on one side and the next day you're on the other side, yes, you will absolutely bring in a massive audience. Because one day you're bringing in half the people, the other day you're bringing in the other half.
Exactly.
Now, if they watch everything that you say back to back to back to back, they're all going to leave you because you have no passion. You have no personal
Exactly.
opinion. You're playing the field. And that's never going to work out. That's never going to.
It's like Curious just said. The important thing is having fun and being yourself, having a community where people can be themselves and have fun as well. And that's one thing I've loved since I've come to your channel. Like every time I'm in a stream, every time I'm in chat, we make jokes. We have here, and you know, we're not just here for you. We come here to hang out with you, but then like when we're in chat, we're hanging out with each other.
That's
making jokes,
and that's what I want.
Curious, we'll just sit here forever and just joke it back and forth.
Oh no, that's one of the things that I saw in I actually saw in the Discord channel. By the way, for anybody who is here that hasn't, there is a permanent link down in the description for our Discord channel.
Oh yes, come please join.
By all means, please join us. This is a group of people that I really believe in. But I remember one night there was Curious commented that, well, Curious was like, "Oh, hey, so can't sleep. Anybody up? What's going on?" And Kayden was like, "Hey, so what do you need? What's going on? What do you need? Like, you know, do you need somebody to talk to, or is this just a case of, you know, you're awake late in the night?" Either way, they were able to connect and talk, and it's like, that's important. It's not a question of, oh, well, I am the center focal point of everything. It's like, no, you guys can do this.
It's the way I've run my RP group in G-Land. It's the way I wanted to run my YouTube channel. It's the way I run my circle of friends. It's not just a community. It's family. All right? And family always takes care of each other. Nobody is the center of attention. Yeah, there's going to be one person that everybody gravitates around, but nobody's more important than the other. Everybody takes care of everybody.
Yeah, see, Pretty Wolves, actually, I didn't realize you had been around that long. I maybe YouTube just didn't notify me of who subscribed, but it doesn't matter. I appreciate anybody who is able to be here and find friends, create friends. I mean, that's the thing that people, I mean, everybody says, no, we are a community, but it's like, but who is a community without the individuals? Without the individuals, you can't have a community. You were saying it
I think it was a few streams ago. Like, when a creator grows too large, they lose focus of the core.
Yeah.
They can't name, like, you know, 2, 3, maybe 5 names that were there since the beginning. They can't do it.
And that's actually an interesting point, because it was like maybe 5 or 6 months ago. I actually saw two or three creators that I follow kind of saying something similar. They're like, look, you know what do I miss about YouTube? What has drastically changed? And it was kind of like their big, you know, like, oh, hey, this is my anniversary of starting my channel. It's like, the biggest thing I miss is being able to communicate one-on-one with people.
Exactly.
With people like Pretty Wolves, like Kayden, like Curious, like Shelby.
That's another thing that I'll be honest, I hate it about my channel and the way it grew, is that when I started doing this, we didn't do live streams. We wanted everything to be, you know, the scripted and pre-recorded and all that.
Oh yeah.
But nobody commented. So I have 26 subscribers. I can't name a one. I have no idea who any of them are, because there's no interaction.
Yeah, and that's there are very rare people. Like, I think Curious is one of the people that actually started commenting on some of my pre-recorded videos, and then like started commenting on Twitter and was like, oh hey, I'm just going to send a friend request to you. I don't think, now correct me if I am wrong, Curious, but I don't think Curious necessarily expected me to accept that friend request and just start chatting in messages, but it's like we've gotten to know each other much more, and I think with me and Curious, it's almost kind of like an older brother, little sister type of understanding and relationship.
And see, that's another thing I love about this, is that you have 3 very different dynamics just right there. They're all focused with you because you're the linchpin. But with you and Sin, you and me, and you and Curious, you have 3 totally different, ways of meeting.
Oh yeah.
But we've all come together so well.
Yeah. I mean, I do believe that Curious and Sin have friended on Discord.
I just friended Curious on Discord.
So yeah,
thank you for that, Curious.
Yeah. I mean, Curious is a lot like me in the fact that Curious kind of just says, you know what? You are your own person. I'm my own person. I'm not going to change for you, but I don't expect you to change for me.
Exactly.
And that's one of the biggest, most interesting and different things that I have found with my general community is people are like, oh no, you're different from me. And I respect that. I don't expect you to change. You don't expect me to change. And we get along at that point.
And I think what I find refreshing about this, yours and mine relationship, as far as the live streams go, as opposed to just G-Land, is like we said, G-Land, we are exasperated parents with screaming toddlers.
Kind of, yeah, I guess, yeah.
But here in the stream, we don't have that. We don't have the problem.
Yeah,
we just riff off each other.
We don't, well, like, I mean, for example, Shelby. Shelby is new to the stream. Never seen Shelby before here, but Shelby didn't need an explanation to just fit in and just roll with the punches.
It's gonna sound a little patronizing, but if she's still awake, she'll understand. I'm actually really proud of Shelby because normally, if you put her in these types of situations, she doesn't know what to do, and she'll be very shy. I'm actually very happy to see that she and Finnick have just kind of opened up and played in the stream.
Yeah, and that's what I want. That is the most, for me, that is the most important thing, is I want people to get along. I want people to be able to communicate. I don't expect anybody to get along anywhere. I just don't. I mean, I have family members I do not get along with. I have family members I kind of have to kowtow to, but I don't really agree with their opinions and stuff like that. Yeah. But it's one of those things where it's like, that doesn't mean we can't have Christmas dinner together and just get along.
It's you pretty well skits it. Like, it is scary. Because you're just typing something out, or in our case, you're on voice, and you're just putting it out there, and you don't know what you're going to get back.
Yes, that is, oh my god, that was, for the longest time, that was actually a terrifying thing for me. And yeah, Pretty Wolves, you've got that to a T. It's like, it's one of those things where it's like, you don't know how it's going to be received. You don't know how it's going to be received by the creator, and you don't know how it's going to be received by the audience.
Exactly.
So, oh my God, that was. I will be 100% honest. 2 weeks ago, I was a little concerned. About how me and Sin interact. We are very different people. We are drastically different people. Like,
And
oh
Sin
my
can
God.
be a lot.
Oh yeah, Sin is very forward and kind of heavy-handed at times. But apparently I can be the same, which I don't see myself as heavy-handed or overly opinionated.
I think what it is that it's point of view again. Like, because Sin is very stereotypically, traditionally heavy-handed. You know.
Yeah.
Let's just say it. Sin loves to point out I'm conservative and all that stuff.
Sin.
Whereas when you get heavy-handed, it's more about the sort of the things that have affected you in life. So it's not like you're meaning to be heavy-handed.
Yeah.
It just comes out that way sometimes.
And I like to I at least like to think that when I get heavy-handed, it's kind of, this is something that is very publicly known.
Yeah,
like,
and it's
I
something
don't-
that's important
yeah,
to you. I've
yeah.
noticed that when it's something that's very important to you, you have no problems going to the mat.
Oh, okay. So I need to address a couple different things here. Curious saying that social anxiety, totally get that. Totally get that. In fact, it almost wrecked a friendship a little over a decade ago because I didn't know I had social anxiety, and I was meeting an online friend in person, and out of nowhere I just froze. I have frozen with people that I've known for years, and just
God, I hate it when that happens.
social anxiety is very traumatic and very just, you don't know when it's gonna hit, you don't know where it's gonna hit. You could be talking to somebody you've known for 2 decades, and all of a sudden they ask you something. It's like,
Right?
I need to go outside for 30 minutes. And Pretty Wolves actually brings up something, especially for doing something in chat, dyslexia and anxiety.
Yes.
Yes. Social anxiety, kind of the same thing, social anxiety. Dyslexia, especially when you're talking about typed out messages and stuff like that. Oh no. Like, how many people will ignore everything? You know, you type out an entire paragraph of the reasons why you believe X, Y, and Z, and they're like, oh, you swapped these 2 letters.
Yeah,
and it's like,
and they create a whole diatribe over that.
Yeah, it's like they ignore everything else than those 2 letters that you swapped, and it's like, oh, thanks.
Curious has got it again. You always think through everything you say.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
honestly, when I first started creating the videos, it was fucking hell. Because, I mean, I don't know what's worse. Social anxiety where I am in a situation with strangers, or staring into the dead eye of a camera for the first time.
Hello, Rascalin, and welcome. Now I will say, just to catch everybody up, Rascalin is somebody I've known for, oh dear gods, have we known each other since the 90s? I think we've known each other since the 90s.
Like wrestlers, I caught the end. I don't know if this is the end.
We're kind of just like,
We're rolling.
yeah. I over 20 years. Well, yes, but yeah. I mean, early 2000s at least, bare minimum. Give me just a moment here because I really
really gotta pee again. So,
I'm gonna take a break too, because I need to clean off some stuff, and yeah, I'll be back.
all right, so we're
Chat amongst yourselves, come up with weird shit to ask us.
yes, just chat amongst yourselves. Here's a topic: social anxiety
mods are
or
asleep.
is social anxiety or dyslexia worse?
That's a good question. All right, I'll be back. Okay, so I'm back at least, and yeah, the question was which is worse, dyslexia or social anxiety? I think in the long run, maybe. I'd say social anxiety definitely hits harder, like all at once.
That, actually, I think Shelby's kind of gotten, yeah. Dyslexia feeds into social anxiety because so much of our social interactions these days are online, requiring a typed out written word where dyslexia can absolutely just cause a massive headache.
Yeah.
social
But, like,
and
I don't know if there's one that's worse, but like I said, I think social anxiety definitely hits like harder because it hits all at once.
yeah, I mean, well, yeah, I think Rascalins kind of hit it also. In the long run, its social anxiety kind of hits a little bit harder. Mostly because social anxiety can hit whether it's written or spoken, face to face or through a screen. Social anxiety can cripple you.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly. It can be just the thought of interacting with people.
oh yeah, I've had a few points. I mean, there have been a few points recently where it's like the idea of going out and seeing somebody that I haven't seen for a long time. It's like, what the fuck am I gonna say? The only thing that I really have in conjunction with this person is somebody that I haven't seen for about 5 years. So
Yeah. And like I say, even when you're creating things like this, social anxiety sucks because they don't tell you, just how nerve-wracking it is to just stare into a blank camera lens. And then, at least on my part, you suddenly start thinking of like this phantom audience because you suddenly get hit with the realization, holy shit,
oh yeah,
people are going to see this.
yeah.
Like, there's not an if, there's not a no one might. If people are going to see it, you don't know who they are, you don't know what they're going to react like, and you freeze.
Oh yeah.
For the longest time, I could only interact with a picture behind the camera, and I had to stare at the picture.
Actually, kind of interesting thing. I don't know how many of you have noticed this. I don't look into the camera very often.
I have noticed that.
I do not look into that small little iris that's like, oh, hey, who's looking at you? It's like, no, I will look at like one monitor, the second monitor, the third monitor, a blank blue blanket that's just hanging here beside me. I don't care. I will look anywhere other than basically the eye of whoever's watching me.
I got to the point where I would just stare at my microphone.
Okay, yeah. See, yeah. It's kind of interesting because Shelby and Pretty Wolves both kind of really get it. It's like, Shelby's like, also think it depends on what kind of dyslexia you have, how it affects you. Mine is more based in numbers. So you would understand my personal hatred of being on a cash register in any fucking store because, oh my god, I can count out slow as fucking shit. The exact change, and it's like, but in the back of my mind, it's like, are you sure? Are you absolutely sure you didn't fuck up? Cause what if you fucked up? That would be horribly embarrassing, wouldn't it?
See, I suck at math, and that's not because I'm dyslexic with numbers. I just suck at math. But I was a cashier, so I got to the point where I could count money, like just top of my head. I still can't make change in my head, but I can count it like nobody's business. But if I have to review a receipt, I'm going over that motherfucker 6 or 7 times because I will absolutely not read it the correct way the first 4.
That is fascinating to me because I'm kind of the exact opposite. When I'm counting shit, like right then and there, I am counting something. Oh no, I am freaking the fuck out. All through high school and college, when I was going through the, well, at least up to the point where they stopped having an accounting program in my community college and just folded that into business management. When there was an accounting program, I was great at accounting. Because it was like, oh no, you sit here with books and you come up with the total, you come up with, you calculate everything out, you find where the problems are. When I wasn't face to face with somebody, I was fine with it. Oh, I could do math all fucking day. Like, give me time and I can do math. Not a big deal. You put me on the spot where it's like, oh, hey, the person that's in front of you wants you to do it as quickly as possible. It's like, okay, I'll do it as quickly. Fuck, did I count? Let me do that again. Shit. Oh, no. And it's like, it's this vicious cycle.
Oh, yeah. And I think, honestly, being a cashier helped my social anxiety a lot. Not just being a cashier, but specifically for the company I first had to be a cashier for.
Okay. What?
Because I was, the first job I held was in an amusement park.
Oh.
At a Chick-fil-A.
Oh. Oh, God. You
If
just
there's
like...
anything more chaotic than a Chick-fil-A, it's a Chick-fil-A Express who are charging $11 for the basic sandwich.
You had like the nexus of shit job. Wow.
This is where, like, the fact that everyone says it's a cult, but I had to perfect that, going from the kitchen where I am screaming in just, I fucking hate this, I don't want to be out there, to going to that register and just slamming that smile mask down and being the most pleasant and helpful person I could ever be.
See, for me, the point where I just drew the line and really just solidified where my breaking point was when I worked at Walmart.
Walmart. Yeah, that'll teach you some
I
things.
worked in the actually in the garden center. So I kind of had to go on a register every once in a while, but it was very rarely did I ever have to go on a register. But then they decided, you know what? We're going to cut down on the number of people on the registers that operations has. And anytime we need somebody, we will put out a call for anybody who is trained on the register to come up to the front lines. Now, I told the store manager was my final interview. I told the store manager I would accept any job other than a frontline register position, because, oh no, I absolutely will fucking break under that pressure. So finally, 2 or 3 weeks before my area manager found a bullshit reason to fire me, one of the major managers was like, I told him, I'm like, I'm not doing this again. They're like, why not? I'm like, okay, I just got off the fucking frontline register 3 minutes ago. Take my pulse. And he did. He's like, okay, fine. He's like, what the fuck? I'm like, yeah, this is not good for me. And it's like, no, it's not. No. I don't care who fucking asked you to go up to the front register. Don't go. We don't need that on our record. And I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. But yeah, it was just, yeah. Fucking, woo.
It does do wonders for your acting skills, though.
Oh my god, I learned how to bullshit so many people from that. It's like, oh yeah, I can be happy when I fucking just want to just like fucking kill anybody and everybody in my way.
I mean, it's not to say I didn't have fun. Okay, I told you I work at a Chick-fil-A, but even then, I think you'll agree, I am never going to hide who I am. Okay, so
Yeah.
there's obviously one big taboo at working at a Chick-fil-A. And that is you never want to be the one who has to call out Order 666.
Oh, bitch, I do that with the...
People will honestly fight to avoid that ticket.
Oh my god,
I
I
not
will
only
fucking just like,
embraced it.
yes,
Yeah.
give me. You mean that people are going to be more worried about the number that I'm calling out than me? Let's fucking bring it, bitches.
Oh no, the best part was I had a good reputation online as one of the loudest ticket callers. Like, because this is a crowd, this is an amusement park crowd. These are some loud motherfuckers. And I had to get over literally a block, a city block of people to be heard. Okay, so I not only can accomplish that, I'm the one yelling Order 666.
Oh, yes.
One day, I decide I'm done with this, and I have one of my favorite managers there. I was like, look, she's like, you want to have some fun? I was like, yeah, I want to have some fun. She's like, so do some voices on Frontline. I was like, fine, what do you want to do? She told me to do Skeletor all day.
Oh, God.
I was like, oh God, please. Then we
Oh,
get
God.
ticket 666. I was like, oh no. No. And she's like, no, you have to do it. And I was like, you're gonna make me do this? She's like, you have to do this. It is your calling. It is your destiny to yell this tickets as Skeletor.
Oh, yes.
So I'm sitting there and I wait. Because, like, we were in the green, so I had a moment. I wait until there's a lull. Just enough in the crowd, and then out of nowhere, you just hear, order for number 666! Yeah!
See, Shelby actually touches on something for me. With math classes were the worst for me. When I was in math classes, with math classes in particular, for me, even in grade school, like third grade, they had speed tests. So it's how many random math problems can you get through in 1 minute? And it's like,
I hated those things.
Exactly. It's like, I can get through all of these problems, but in a minute? Why?
It didn't help that they liked to mix them up. So it was never like, get through these 6 addition problems, get through these 6 subtractions. Like, get through this addition, subtraction, multiplication, long division, something you haven't even learned yet.
Yeah, it's like, it was like, oh no, there were so many things, and they were like, do them as fast as you can. It's like, with a child with anxiety as far as being right. Oh, you want me to do it as fast as possible and be... Fuck you. Suck my dick. It didn't help.
There's still one thing I don't understand. I got assigned a speech therapy class when I was a kid. I still don't understand what crumpling paper balls have to do with my speech.
I don't know. I don't know. Huh? For me, it was one of the big things that kind of changed my outlook was in 5th grade. Because
my important shit happened in 5th grade.
Well, my math teacher during 5th grade was such a Puritan bitch that she actually heard me at one point say, "Oh, that is total bull," And I stopped. I stopped after the word bull. She still gave me a detention because the next logical word after that was shit. Therefore, I should be punished for saying shit even though I didn't say shit. And that pretty much tells you everything you need to know about most of the math teachers in my grade school. Because they all were that horrible.
The American education system.
Yep. See, yeah, Pretty Wolves, I hated, oh no, those speed tests were like fucking, they were like the fucking wolfsbane to me. It's like, nope,
If we were Socrates, speed test was our hemlock.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that was another interesting topic we got into on a stream. I still don't remember how that came up.
What, hemlock?
Yeah, Socrates and the hemlock.
Oh, it was because there was actually a character that was named Hemlock,
Right, yeah,
Himloc.
Yeah, and I was pointing out that like everybody in the town was named after a poisonous plant. I was
Right,
like, how much
yes.
better does this flag need to be?
Yeah, it's like, well, I mean, when the first person you're told to approach is Hemlock, I mean, you're kind of fucked.
Hemlock, Amortentia, there's a belladonna.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there are so many in Staddle in particular, there are so many characters that are like, oh no, lick me and you will die. It's like, how are you supposed to breed if nobody can lick you? Just asking for a friend.
I mean, I've said so many times playing that game, like this person's parents hated them. Like not Blackwood. You know, Skunkwood, whatever it was.
Yes.
Like, how the hell do you go through life with these things?
Skunkwood, Applewood, like.
Yeah. It's like, how do you go through life with these names? Then, like, as we pointed out, the bandits chose those names. It's like, wait, you chose.
Oh yeah,
Skunkwood.
yeah, yeah.
How bad was your name before?
Originally, I was Albert Dingleberry.
What was that
Skunkwood
line
is
from,
an
Men in
improvement.
Tights? You changed your name to Luttree? Yeah, originally it was Shithouse.
Yes. Oh. Yeah, it's like, oh no, it's like the parody to Lord of the Rings, especially Fellowship of the Rings, was like, I don't remember what the book was named, but it was like, instead of like a Frodo Baggins and like, you know, Mary Brandy Buck, it was, you know,
dude, don't worry about it.
it was like Dingleberry. And it's like,
I don't think that means what you think it means.
oh no, my ex-wife, when I first was reading, she handed me this book. She's like, you like Lord of the Rings, read this. I'm like, okay, fine. I'm like, oh my God, what the fuck? She's like, what? It's like Dingleberry? She's like, so what? It's like, do you not know what a Dingleberry is?
She's the kind of person that
Oh,
would
no,
be like, oh, the schnozberries are great.
Yes, she was like, what is a Dingleberry? And I explained it to her. She's like, no, it's like,
See,
yeah.
This is how I know that Shelby and I are in a very healthy place in our relationship. Shelby has gotten to the point where if I start laughing like a madman, I'm like, babe, you gotta come here and see this. She's like, nope, fuck you, no thank you.
See, yeah, it's just, yeah, there's so many things that's like big red flags. If somebody, if you are at any point involved in G-Land, in Second Life, and you see me or Kayden.
If you see me or Valden, but especially if you see us both.
Yeah, if you see us kind of like backing away from a situation, run.
Or running towards it cackling.
Oh no. If you see us backing away from a situation, you run. You
Yes, true.
You leave Sim. You're like, nope, I'm out. Fuck you.
Okay, well, no, because see, both are kind of true. But if you see us backing away from it, you know it's bad because Valden and I, again, are the parents. We take care of this shit. Like, we put our heads down and we go through this shit.
And that's the problem. That's the thing. It's like if we're just backing away,
it's gone. There's no saving it.
Yeah, we don't want to be close to it, but we have to deal with it.
Exactly. On the other hand, you should also run away if you see us running towards it, cackling madly, because that's a bad thing.
Oh no. That's the point where you don't run away. You just kind of go...
You stay back because you don't want to be implicated.
Yes, you go to about 19 meters away from the central hub of activity so that you can hear what's being said, but you're not actually part of everything.
So you turn around. You're like, no, I was looking over here.
Okay, so Pretty Wolf says, yep, my mom and dad did that to me when my twin sister said something and I would get in trouble. Oh. So, yeah,
I don't want to say that's horrible parenting, but, to me, yeah, that's kind of shit.
I kind of benefited from that whole situation. I had a brother that was 2.5 years older than me. One time, when me and my brother were going out to a friend's place, we were going out to a friend's house, we had no idea what the fuck we were going to do. We had no idea when we were going to be home. Anything like that. My parents asked me, not my brother, they asked me, where are you going? We're going to this person's house. After that, we're not entirely sure. When are you going to be back? Sometime later. And my parents looked at me and said, okay, have fun. We didn't even get to the bottom of the driveway before my brother stopped me, turned around, put his finger in my chest, said, how the fuck did you goddamn do that? Because if I would have told them any of those answers, I would have been grounded for a week.
See, that's the benefits of being a younger sibling.
Exactly. It's like they know that we have seen all the mistakes that the older sibling has fallen into. Or at least they think we have seen all of the mistakes that the older sibling has fallen into. We really haven't. We didn't pay attention. We're like, fuck it. I'm playing a fucking video. What? Why is he
I was taking notes. I'm the youngest of 3.
Oh.
So there's 10 years between me and my sister. So I'm sitting here taking notes. I was like, every time they got in trouble, I'm like,
all right.
So don't do that.
Me, I didn't give a fuck. I did not care.
I got to that point eventually.
My brother actually dared me when we had the alarm clock in our room went off, and the radio station we had it set to was like, there was a trivia question of what is fangophobia? What is fangophobia? To this day, I don't know why, but they're like, what is fangophobia? The hint is Dracula has it. And I sat up from my bed, I'm like, fear of sunlight. And my brother looked at me, he's like, bullshit, you don't know fucking anything. What? Fuck you. And I'm like, nope, fear of sunlight. I seriously do not know why that popped into my head. But he's like, I fucking dare you call the radio station and give that answer. So I did. I went down into the basement where there was a phone line that, nobody could see, nobody could hear, and I'm like, all right, what is phangophobia? It's like, it's a fear of sunlight. Like, that's right. What's your name? And I'm like, they're like, okay, that's right. Here's all this information and stuff. And I'm like, and they're like, what's your name and what's your name? And I'm like, I just hung up. I was worried that my parents would be pissed off that I was using the phone without their permission. More than I had won a trivia contest because I just woke up with like this flashbulb in my goddamn brain.
Man, I miss that. I miss the days of having one phone in the house, and if anybody was on the internet, fuck your phone.
Oh God, yes.
Waking up every day to Casey.
Oh. Yeah, see, yeah. It was just like, for me, it was like, oh my God. And my entire school day was like, people that I knew, people that I didn't knew, the fucking popular kids were coming up and like, wait, was that you? And I'm like, yes, it was fucking me. Don't tell anybody, please. And they're like, okay. And they'd walk away. And it's like, I got home that day. I got home from school. And my parents were like, so, my mother ran a daycare at the time, and she was like, and both of my parents sat me down. They're like, so, this parent, says that so you were on the radio this morning with this radio show you and I'm like, fuck, god damn it. I didn't want them to know that I was using the phone without their permission. Yes, okay, I used the phone without your permission. I was apologizing. They're like, oh no. Don't apologize. You were right. That was brilliant. What do we need to do to get your prize? And I'm like, if I know, go to the radio station. So my dad literally drove me to the radio station that afternoon and was like, nope. Yeah, he called from our phone. He was the one that gave you the right answer. I'm like, yep, that was me. And they're like, okay, what's your information? I'm like, this. And they're like, okay, here's the closet. Pick something out. And that was the moment that I was introduced to the band Kix, Kix. Particularly their tape, Blow My Fuse. And oh God, that changed... That changed so much for me. It's like, oh my God. And my brother's like, oh, I don't like this. I'm like, oh no, this is fucking brilliant. This is goddamn amazing. And that is quite possibly the most embarrassing moment of my childhood. See, yeah.
You gotta love moments like this. You don't get to share them often.
Right? It's like, yeah, there's not a whole lot of times where it's like, what was your most embarrassing moment? Just spill it out. It's okay. We don't care. Just let it go.
I mean, and then, you get to those milestones in life, and you're like, this is my most embarrassing moment. And then something else happened, you're like, I had no idea what shame was.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, there are some pretty embarrassing moments that I've had since then, but I don't think it quite matches that point because it's kind of like, okay, like getting so drunk that you are like just violently spewing all over the place at a frat house, kind of expected. I mean, embarrassing, yes, but kind of expected. They are prepared for this. But yeah,
One thing I will say though is you'd never actually learn what your real limits of shame are until you've had a major surgery. That shit will teach you things.
I have yet to have a major surgery.
I have had 4. Jesus.
So yeah, Curious is commenting, still find it amazing what opposites you and your brother are. And it's like, oh yes, we are polar opposites. We are like, oh my god. You try and push it, you try and push us together, we will repel each other. We will do everything we can to get as far away from one another as possible.
I'm just gonna wait until he sees your comment.
Oh, now, pretty wolves. Oh.
You have no idea.
I will, what's the term I'm looking for? I will, I am not entirely sure even what term I'm looking for at this point.
I can't reach your damn mind. I can't offer any advice.
Well, god damn it, Kayden, you're supposed to be able to read my mind. Maybe not the gilded rag, but my mind at least.
See, don't do that because you said that, and the only thing that came to my mind when you said that was a test pattern.
Is it the Fallout test pattern with the Indian in the middle of the...
It was the old 80s, like, rainbow bar. Just
the fucking rainbow... Yeah. No, you gotta have... See, if it's me giving you the test pattern, it's gotta be the Fallout one.
No, you said to read the Gilded Rags.
Okay.
Yes, it is a lot for someone my age. Unfortunately, I had no choice.
See, for me, if you were to read my mind, it's like, look, that's gonna take a long time because there are volumes. I mean, the Gilded...
See, now I know what to do, because if you ever try to read my mind, I'm just going to go back to that mental image of you as the Drow Mayor in, like, Nike sweats and a hoodie, just throwing your ass back on the dance floor.
Oh, my God. No.
The horrible part is, everybody in G-Land is like, that's not Balden. Balden would never do that. I'm like, oh, you have no idea.
Pay me enough and I will.
It was like, all I gotta do is get a couple thousand L, buy the outfit, and be like,
I'm not gonna deny it. It's like, you provide the outfit and pay me, and
shit, I'll even let you pick the song.
I don't think it would be a couple. I don't think it would be a couple thousand linden paid to me, but it would be more. It would be more like 4 to 6.
You don't think I could raise 4 to 6,000?
Oh no!
I did that for rent this week.
I know you could. I know you could raise that. I know you could. Fucking no. I mean, just within the village, I could raise that. But it's like, no. I know you could raise that, but it's like, pay that plus buy me the outfit and... All right, we're talking. Then we're at least in discussion. We're at least in negotiation.
I think the best part is like everybody else sees that character as like, oh no, she's classy and refined.
Oh
and
my
maybe
God.
a bit of a whore behind the closed doors. I'm like, oh no.
Oh no, like fucking seriously, like you think, I mean, there's a lot of people in G-Land and Second Life in general that are whores, quote unquote whores. It's like, oh no, until you negotiate exactly what point it goes from oral to anal, you're not a whore. You're not. You have no idea what you're talking about because you're not breaking it down to a financial agreement.
Remember, we don't have whores like that. We have escorts.
Oh no, I should remind you, Kayden, we do not have escorts. We have companions.
And G-Land has companions. I'm talking Second Life in general.
See, yes.
Speaking of the
G-Land,
companions, I did at least see the Elder of Companions.
G-Land, my people, the people that I am responsible for are companions. Not courtesans like the Gilded Rags group.
I've been
of
trying
shit.
to explain that to Orochi for so long. But like we just call the cult whores. I'm like, guys, they are.
That's
It's like, that's not an insult. That's a job description.
Well, it is kind of an insult because the leader of the cult in G-Land really kind of, I mean, I was on the verge of changing the horror description to one of courtesan when, oh great lord, the Gilded Rag decided that no, the cults, the cult providers are going to be known as courtesans because that just sounds classy. It's like, yes, I told you, I gave you that term. I told you that term. I was going to use that term, but fuck you. Fine. I'm going full on Doctor Who. They're fucking companions. Oh, you like Doctor Who?
It doubles as a reference because guess what? Not only is it Doctor Who, it's Firefly.
Yeah, right? It's like, I'm terribly sorry, Golden Rag. You are like all about Doctor Who, right? So me using companions rather than you is kind of a all right. I am perfectly fine with that. See,
yeah, like I said, Pretty Wolves, that is a lot, but I didn't really have a choice. It was one of those things they told me, well, you can get this done, or we don't know. I was 13 when I heard that. I love that they use the medical phrase, we don't know.
I wish more people would use that, honestly. I do.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like
it's horrible to say at the end of that sentence. It's like, well, either you get it done or we don't know.
I mean, let's be honest. If you have a giant growth somewhere on your body, would you rather hear, "Oh, this will fix it," and then find out after the treatment that no, it didn't fix it, or would you rather hear the doctor say, "We don't know.
Okay,
we have no idea what the fuck is growing on you." So
you know what? Here, we'll do it this way. We'll kick down a 2-for-1. I have been wanting to do on my channel a series on these surgeries, like just retroflective, work out my
Ooh.
demons, help anybody else going through it.
All right.
I think you can help me with that.
Oh, you want, ooh.
I've already got it like all scripted out. It's just the whole presentation.
Presentation and special effects are pretty much what I do. I suck at script writing. I will freely admit, there's a reason why on Fiverr.com when people are like, I don't know what I want, I just want a video to advertise my website or product. I'm like, yeah, you're going to be paying me $20 for a 1-minute video.
Yeah, shit. The hilarious thing is, like, the way I actually script with, like, multiple voices. So there's always, like, a narrator, and then me, and then, like, an audience voice. So we could just do that, too. We can have a back and forth in the video. You can be my narrator.
But yeah, like, I mean, now, creating a video and, like, progression as far as, like, speech and stuff like that, oh yeah, that is where I am just like, oh, this is my wheelhouse, motherfuckers.
Yeah, well, okay. We can talk about it, but like that's the going into the depth. That's like to use the term, that's getting your hands in the gore and like getting elbowed.
Oh god. Oh god, no. No,
that series. That's what that is. But for right now,
no. Okay.
Because of just the nature of the surgeries. Yeah, I've had 4 spinal surgeries.
Ooh.
So it's not exactly clean. But to a 13-year-old, I was 12 actually. I hadn't yet turned 13. But to a 13-year-old, you say, so either you can have this major surgery on your spine, or we don't know.
Yeah, it's
What the fuck do you mean you don't know?
Right? Yeah, it is kind of just one of those things where it's like, ooh, yeah, there's I thought okay.
Site. Don't take time from your work.
All right, hang on.
With making a website. Let wide
Okay.
search.
Yes, you please. Now, all right.
Need a website. Don't take
No,
time.
god damn it! Seriously, fucking Twitter, you are the worst.
I love how I can hear everything in my ear, and then I'm watching the stream with like a half-second delay.
Right? It's like, oh my god, no, Twitter, stop. This just, oh my god, why do you have to autoplay fucking everything? Okay, so just to give you an example, we're going to we're going to zip over here, and we're going to say yes. Okay, stop. So this is the one that I had to pretty much do everything. Somebody was like, "Oh, hey, here's a few screen captures, and here's the website. You write the script. You do fucking everything." So this is what I came up with.
Do you have a business but need a website? Don't take time from your work to struggle with making a website. Let Wise Search Digital Marketing do the work for you. Our Entrepreneur Starter Bundle will create a 4-page WordPress website with premium layout design and basic SEO. Provide a 3-month marketing strategy including 3 keywords for your niche and competitor analysis, and 3 Facebook and Instagram ads including Business Suite setup, all for $500 with extra options available. And as an added bonus, you get a buyer persona template and content marketing playbook for free. Your time is valuable. YSurge can help you gain more customers while leaving your time free to focus on your business. Contact us at wisesearch.com and use code START to get your entrepreneur starter bundle today.
I gotta say, it's, oh wow. Even looking at it now, it's like, oh my God, that is so fucking basic.
I mean, it's better than what I can do.
I mean, it is all of those, it is all of the like, oh hey, these are all the standard beats that like fucking every sponsored video talks about. And that's where I based most of the script off of, was sponsored videos, where it's like, okay, so like, you know, like, what is it, New Rock Stars, when they're talking about like the latest, you know, the latest Marvel TV show, it's like, oh hey, now let's segue into Blue Shoe. If your dick can't get hard, try this. It's like, that's kind of where I honestly based it off of. It's like, look, you guys actually kind of like get the basics and just put it out there for like, we have no fucking morals. And it's like, look, you pay me a certain amount, I will have no fucking morals either. So, yeah, let's do it. Now,
It
see,
is 3:02.
it's 2:02 here. Haha.
You're living in the past.
I am younger than you. I am 1 hour younger than you.
That means I can say it's past your bedtime.
Except for the fact that I am actually, well, see, I'm a year.
Fair enough.
I'm 1 hour younger than you in general, but specifically, I am several years older than you.
Time is relative.
True, it is. I do think that maybe I do think that we should probably call it a night here, because oh my God, do you realize that we have been doing this for almost 5 hours?
Do you realize we could easily go on for another 5 hours, but I think Pretty Wolves and the rest of the chat are about ready to hang themselves from boredom.
I don't think they're ready to hang themselves from boredom. I would
It's either that or they're asleep.
I would disagree with that. I think that they are longing for the warm embrace of blankets and their pillow.
Well, joke's on them. I've been in bed this entire time.
Yeah, but see, I kind of have to be the face of everything, so I have to be sitting here. I can't be sitting back in bed. Oh my God, if I could be sitting... Oh my God, if I could be sitting...
Who says you can't? You can do a bedtime stream.
Oh no, I don't really have a way of getting my microphone, my camera, and everything set, and my lights and everything set up back in my bed. So I am better off sitting at my desk here than trying to do a bedtime stream.
Yeah, I mean, I have my desk and everything. It's just like right across the room. I'm just lazy.
I actually, no, in the past year, one of the big things that I have purchased for myself was a desk chair that has a built-in footrest. So I can have my feet up and be sitting here and just being like, oh no, I am fucking good. Every single stream that I've had for the past 6 months at least have been with my feet up, a thing of popcorn, and drinks galore.
But see, this just proves that, you get you and me together and let us just riff and we'll be fine.
See?
Pretty Wolves trying to keep the party going.
Oh, God damn it. Oh, Pretty. I swear Pretty Wolves and Sin would be like, oh my God. No. I will rescind that mostly because I'm pretty sure that Pretty Wolves and Sin are both in the same in the same time zone. I know where Pretty Wolves is from. Pretty Wolves is, no, oh my god. Oh no. Rascalin, would you be interested in doing...
hell yeah.
Rascalin, would you be interested in being part of the Pirates of the Geek Vortex? I know you are like... Rascalin kind of hits a lot of the Eastern geekdoms, a lot of the anime, a lot of the Eastern games and stuff like that.
I mean, hell, if we've got more people interested and they want to listen and Rascal wants to join, shit, set it up. We'll go for another couple hours.
Yeah, now next, okay, so Rascalin will have to talk about this, try and get it set up for next week, next Friday, but absolutely, yes. I think you would be a fantastic and amazingly different and unique side to everything, because there's Sin. I mean, I kind of run out of cardinal
There's Sin,
directions
the
here.
glam
It's
metal
like,
of evil.
yeah, there's Sin, there's Kayden, there would be Rascalin. I have no idea where I would be. I have no idea where I would be.
On the floor laughing.
Laughing or passed out drunk. One of the two.
Both.
Oh my god, yes, both. Yep. Ah, yes. Okay. See, there's Rascal just busting my chops. Oh, yes. Oh. See, Cardinal is Rascalin's surname. Oh, wow. Yeah, I did not put that together until you said that. Thank you, Rascalin. Oh, my God.
I'm cool with my real name being known. I just fucking hate it.
I have actually said my real name on a live stream before. I don't care. My first name, I don't mind my first name being said. Hi, I'm Joseph. Welcome to to my channel that you have probably been part of for fucking ages. And oh my god, we are all insane here.
Hi, my name's Mark, and yes, we're definitely insane.
See, I didn't know if you wanted to. I didn't know if Pretty Wolves wanted everybody to. I didn't know if Pretty Wolves wanted everybody to know where they were. So I'm like, I'm not gonna say it, but if Pretty Wolves says it, hey, cool.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So we got Georgia, we've got Virginia, we've got Illinois, we've got what claims to be the Midwest but isn't.
Oh, I'm kind of interested to see when somebody who kind of claims to be in the Midwest but isn't actually joins the Midwest. It's like, oh, bitch, you have no idea how different things are here. Oh, wow. But yeah, Rascalin actually used to do an indie kind of an independent radio program here in Illinois.
And that's perfect, because that's, once again, we all come from different places, we come with different experiences, and we're just going to make each other better.
Oh yeah. And I mean, in all honesty, oh my god, this would be okay. pipe dream idea here. Pipe dream idea would be doing something like this podcast at a convention. Except for we would have myself and Kayden and Sid and Rascalin and Curious and Pretty Wolves all on a stage in a convention hall doing a live broadcast. Live podcast. The six of us. Oh my god, that would be fucking insane.
You know what? If we can set it up online, we can probably get enough to do a convention.
You know something?
Now, I'm
I agree.
challenging you now. I want to hear you say this.
Oh, you want to hear me? You want to hear my idea for which convention would probably do this? I can tell you which convention would probably do this. I don't know if we could do it within 6 months or a year and 6 months, but Indie PopCon.
We could probably do that.
If we can pull together and get enough force and enough people interested in everything, I do believe we could get Indie PopCon to say yes.
I think the hardest part, like, it isn't even building the audience or the interest. It's just getting us all together. Like, physically getting us all there.
See, that's one of those interesting points. It's like, look, if we can get enough leverage behind us to get the attention of even Indie PopCon, and Indianapolis PopCon is kind of like they're kind of scatterbrained as far as a lot.
We could start even smaller. Honestly, we've got like the small but still pretty well the advertised conventions down here in Richmond.
Ooh.
Like, we've still got some pretty big names coming though. Also, because it's in Richmond, there's a chance we might run into the Green Power Ranger and all the 90s kids go
Oh my god, who hasn't run into the Green Power Ranger? He is fucking he is at every goddamn convention.
There's nothing like your sister coming home from work. Again, she worked at Chick-fil-A and going, "So, I had an interesting day." She goes, "Yeah." She goes, "Yeah, Tommy came to my register and ordered a deluxe with no pickle." I was like, "Tommy?" She's like, "Yeah, you know, Tommy, the Green Ranger."
Wow, okay, yeah.
I was like, he just casually walked up. He's like, "Yeah, apparently he runs the dojo like a block down from the store." I was like, "Okay, so take note, avoid."
Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, but I mean, that's I think that is I honestly will say I honestly do think that is one of the most limiting things for any internet creator out there, is limiting themselves as far as saying, "Oh, there's no way we could do a convention. There's
hell no.
There's no way we can do it."
You need that attitude. We can do a convention.
Exactly. It's like, look, if we the creators plus we the audience all meet at the same point, I honestly think there's nothing that cannot be accomplished. You look at all the people that have made it big on YouTube, on Twitter, on fucking anything. It is a combination of the creators meeting the expectations of the creators, meeting the expectations of the audience, and just fucking blowing up. Oh my god!
Exactly.
Oh my god! Rascalin actually has a really good point.
What, Winter War?
Yes.
True.
Ooh.
But you know, you also realize that advertising is like a huge point. You know, getting the word out there. You and I already have a huge leg up on that,
Oh yeah.
just because of Second Life.
I mean, you and me, and like everybody who is here today, everybody who one person sharing something can be the difference between a make and break event.
Exactly. Like, if everybody in the chat were to share a link with their friends, that gets the word out. You and I have Second Life, so we've got G-Land and, all those connections. I've got groups that I've done D&D with. I've got groups that I've role-played with for years. Just send the link, man.
Ooh. Are you kidding me? It's January 28th. Oh, now see, that's Winter Wars. The Winter Wars schedule kind of is a little odd for me because it's like right after my birthday, like 2 days. My birthday is January 26th. I have no problem admitting that because, oh my God, we are totally fucking playing whatever we want for like a good goddamn 12 hours. I will start at 10 o'clock in the morning and go till 10 o'clock at night. I will have lunch,
Your
snacks,
birthday's better than my birthday.
dinners. I will have all of that stuff pre-packaged in the fridge, just ready to be like, okay, give me 5 minutes. Go get a sandwich, but like, all right, yes, we are still playing, and I am totally chowing down on, like a PB&J. I don't give a fuck. We're doing this shit.
If I hear one joke about my birthday this year, I am murdering everybody.
Oh, now see, now you have caused a dilemma.
On the 4th of May.
The 4th of, really, the 4th of, oh, see, it took me a few minutes before I'm like, oh, May the 4th,
Yeah, I hear that so often. I just started smacking people the moment they, open their mouth.
No, see, when somebody says, May the 4th be with you, you just go like this. You just force choke those motherfuckers.
Oh, no.
They can't object to it because they brought it up. You
True,
just
true.
force choke those motherfuckers.
One person did it to me, and I wasn't even thinking, and I just looked them dead in the eye, and I was like, and also with you. And they're like, what?
That's...
Also, my birthday sucks because since it's on the 4th, my 21st birthday, right before Cinco de Mayo.
Oh, God, yeah. Oh, that's the
I
biggest
was
fucking
in
problem. That's
Atlanta, Georgia, at a Hard Rock.
Oh. I mean, in theory, they should have had a lot of tequila. They should have had a lot of tequila on hand. Just in preparation for tomorrow. It's like, this is for tomorrow, but I mean, if you're paying today, okay. Here you
All my
go.
friends were like, oh, your birthday, all through the weekend, we're just gonna, solid drink. I was like, you do realize drinking doesn't get me drunk, right? What is your goal here?
The best time that I ever caught up with anybody from high school. A bunch of the preppy kids from high school were at a bar. I was there with a few of my friends, and they're like, "Oh, hey!" I'm like, "Oh yeah, I know you. Yeah, we went to school together." I'm like, "Yeah, we're doing tequila shots. Come on, join us." And I'm like, seriously? And they're like, "Oh yeah, come on. We got an extra one." I'm like, "Okay." And they're like, they're doing the lemon, the shot, the salt, or whatever order it was, and they're just like, whoa. And me, I'm just like, okay, cool. All right, yeah, I'll do a tequila shot. I just took the shot, did it, put the glass down, and just stared at them. They're like, Oh, you... Really? No salt, no lemon, you just did a shot of tequila and nothing? Oh, and I'm like, I have been drinking longer than most of you. So, yeah, I've been drinking since I was about 13. And I'm not talking like beer. I hate beer. I've always hated beer.
Beer sucks. Liquor is the only thing I can stand.
A friend of mine at my 18th, the New Year's Eve, my 18th year, my 18th year alive, a friend of mine gave me like half a solo cup of straight Jack Daniels. I drank it straight down, looked at him, said, okay, so we should probably be leaving, right? We need to go home. He's like, if you're ready for it, sure. And I just walked straight out, fucking dead straight line. I'm like, he's like, I honestly didn't think you'd even be able to walk, let alone walk semi-soberly. And I'm like, why? It's like, it was kind of one of those subconscious things that it's like, I don't see what the big deal, I didn't see what the big deal was at the time. Maybe now I would have been like, oh, I just had a whole lot of ounces of straight Jack Daniels. Oh my God, I should probably be in a coma at this point. And it's, I kind of think, I kind of wonder to this day if it wasn't the fact that I didn't know any better. So it's like, oh yeah, what's the big deal? I don't get it. But yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it is kind of the idea of a stronger alcohol affects you more if you know that it should affect you more. I mean, maybe that's a Terry Pratchett type ideal.
Perhaps.
I mean, it is still kind of, it is still kind of a Terry Pratchett idea of, there are characters in the books that are like, oh no, they will drink the strongest fucking alcohol known to man and it won't affect them because they don't know that it should affect them. But yeah, it's kind of one of those weird things that it's like, I don't know how much, I do kind of, it is an interesting idea actually, that if you don't know something should affect you so much, does it really affect you so much?
Reverse placebo?
Yeah. That's probably the best description I can think of. Yeah. Anyway,
it's kind of interesting. Yeah.
yeah, it's just it's quirky. It's weird. Let's face it, that's us, quirky and weird.
Yeah.
All right. I think I am about ready to go to bed. How about you, Kayden?
Yeah, I think it's about time to give my voice a break.
I think this is, we have been going for 5 hours and 15 minutes. Holy shit. Wow!
Well, we did want at least a 2-hour stream. We accomplished it.
Oh yes. Oh, I think we have matched, if not surpassed, the actual Pirates of the Geek Vortex episode from 2 weeks ago, where we had a 3-hour stream of just me and Sin. And then we had a little bit extra, like an hour, maybe an hour and a half, after Lord of
Yeah,
the Rings
with all of
Online.
us.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you know what? Like you said, we've got wrestling now. We're gonna talk about that. We
Oh,
might
yeah.
have him on next week.
Oh yeah.
Awesome.
I am all behind wrestling. Make sure to get a hold of me. We will make sure that you have that we can get connected with preferably via Discord, because Discord seems to work the best versus like Zoom or Facebook or Twitter or any of that
And you know what? If you can't
bullshit.
get in contact with him, you just poke me. I'll slap him across the face until he gets.
Oh, thank you, Raskin. Thank you, because oh my
You are
God,
quite welcome, pretty wolves.
I don't want to know what Kayden was gonna slap across my face.
Well, that depends on what it is he sends, doesn't it?
Absolutely. All right. So, yes, I think this is where we're going to end. So, from me, thank you, everybody, for being here.
Yes, thank you all.
If you're, don't forget, if you like the video, don't forget to prod the like button. If you're new here, whether you're watching live or after the fact, don't forget to prod the subscribe button and click the bell, because maybe YouTube will let you know when we go live. Who knows? If you want to make sure to know when we go live, check the social media links down below, the Facebook, the Twitter. Absolutely make sure to check out the Discord, where there is a permanent link for our Discord channel, so that you can keep in contact with us whether we're live or not. All of us together will help, we'll react to your stuff. All of this so that you can stay tuned for more from Ollamh Productions. Cheerio!